West off, let's go to court 6 at Ohio State.
I don't believe it, Chris.
My goodness.
University of Virginia. Shocking quarterfinals. Unbelievable hands from Matt Solokian. Why are you playing one up, one back when you can do that, Matty?
Tune in to Crack Rackets in the Red Zone. You might get some sneak preview.
Coming in at number 6 in our Cracked Rackets preseason poll, the TCU Horned Frogs. TCU fans had plenty of reasons to be excited about their team last spring. The Frogs were arguably the hottest team in the country before the pandemic shut things down, and there is still plenty of reason for optimism in Fort Worth this spring. Coach Roditi will still be working with a youthful roster. However, each guy has at least one more season of valuable college tennis experience under their belts. The upside for this group is tremendous, as Coach Roditi has built a squad that looks ready to contend for years to come. However, despite that fact, Coach Roditi will still be expecting and demanding continued improvement from his young, talented team. If they can develop as expected, there's no reason TCU can't compete for both the conference title and make a serious run in the postseason. The Frogs have the potential to be one of the scariest teams in the country if they are healthy and hitting on all cylinders come May. Examining the roster. While the Horned Frogs will certainly roll out one of the youngest squads in the country in 2021, there is plenty of important experience left on their roster. Alistair Gray and Bertus Kruger are 2 of 5 juniors returning to Fort Worth this season, and Coach Roditi will need them to lead the way for the Horned Frogs this spring. Gray has been an impact player for the Frogs since he stepped on campus, and will once again be the guy for the team this season. Gray finished last season on a 6-match winning streak in singles, with 4 of those wins coming over ranked opponents. Expect similar results from the upperclassmen in 2021. Kruger has steadily improved over his career and turned into a reliable singles and doubles player for the Horned Frogs. Coach Roditi will covet Kruger's versatility this spring. Luke Famba and Sander Jong are back in Fort Worth as sophomores, and it's worth noting both will be entering their 3rd years of competition. Famba has been dominant on the singles court ever since he arrived on campus. Jong's success was critical to the Horned Frogs flipping the script in 2020, and for them to make another jump in 2021, they'll need big contributions from Jong. Of course, Fernley, Jirasek, and Paralek are the young guns for Coach Roditi, and though each are considered freshmen, all 3 guys got some experience in college tennis last spring. These players are the future core of the team and should become fan favorites throughout their careers. They all possess tremendous talent and have the ability to put the 2021 Horned Frogs over the top. Possible lineups. As far as lineups go, all we need to do is look back to last season to get a pretty good idea of what Coach Roditi will do in 2021. We assume Gray will retain his position at the number 1 spot and should stay there throughout the year. With Famba's dominance thus far, we expect him to line up at 2, and we expect Paralek to start out the season at the number 3 spot. Fernley and Jong will most likely line up at 4 and 5, and we could see those 2 flip-flopping throughout the year, depending on given matchups. The final spot is likely to be a battle between Kruger and Jirasek. And while this presents a problem for Coach Roditi, it is certainly a good problem to have. What's achievable? Coach Roditi will certainly have his guys believing they can win the Big 12 Conference this spring. And that's a realistic goal. The Big 12 is known as one of the most, if not the most competitive conference in the country. And this season, all 6 teams are legitimate threats to end the season in the top 25. Unfortunately for the Frogs, there's another team in their conference that has even more experience and depth than them. That team is the Baylor Bears. However, this TCU squad should thrive during the outdoor portion of the season, and it is not unreasonable at all to expect them to knock off the Bears at least once during the regular season. With such a young team, fans in Fort Worth should not be alarmed if the Horned Frogs take some early losses, as they will continue to improve and play better tennis as the season wears on. We think TCU has a shot to reach the quarterfinals of the NCAA tournament in May. Finishing the season top 8 would be one heck of an accomplishment and an absolute step in the right direction for this young squad. As it stands right now, we do not see the Frogs having a chance to reach the Final Four. There are just too many other teams that have more experience at the top and equal depth to contend with the Horned Frogs. However, while we think 2022 is more likely to be the year they go all the way, this team cannot be slept on, and we know they will cause many problems for all of the top teams throughout this 2021 season. You're live at the Top Seed Tennis Club in Nicholasville, Kentucky for this weekend's Young Kings Scholarship Tennis event, and it's 8 of the top WTA singles players in the world: Jeannie Bouchard, Jessica Pegula, Cece Bellis, Katie McNally, Shelby Rogers, Maureen Partout, Jamie Loeb, and of course Leylah Fernandez rounding out our field.
To bring an event of this caliber to the state of Kentucky is what it's all about. Our goal as a club is to grow the game. Our goal is to bring fantastic tennis here so that hopefully we can grow the game of tennis in the state of Kentucky, in the United States, and worldwide. That's really why this club was built.
Yeah, no, I think it's amazing. The first time I came here was in February for the 100K, and I was really impressed with the facilities and the staff. They're just so nice, and they treat all the players super well. And, you know, coming out here and playing outside, I think the courts are great. And yes, everyone's super friendly, and I think they're putting on a great event so far.
I really like the facilities. They seem to be like super new, super high tech. They're beautiful. We have a lot of courts, which has been great. We've been able to practice. So yeah, it's just been a weekend of work, and it's been good.
I remember when we came in February, we were so blown away by how nice the courts are inside, and then getting to see the ones outside now, it's incredible.
The area is great. This club is amazing. Unfortunately, I didn't get to play the tournament earlier this year, but I'd only heard good things about it, so it was definitely a yes for me when he asked to come play. And we're playing for a great cause. The scholarship is, you know, an amazing setup, and they're just, you know, really all coming together. And it's great when the tennis community can come together for something like that.
Just a reminder that when the proper precautions are taken, when we're all being safe and keeping one another's health in mind, we are able to enjoy events like this. And I need to give a huge shout out to John Saunders, the entire Top Seed team, for putting on just a top-notch event.
West off, let's go to court 6 at Ohio State.
I don't believe it,
My
Chris.
goodness.
University of Virginia. Shocking quarterfinals. Unbelievable hands from Matt Solokian. Why are you playing one up, one back when you can do that, Matty?
Tune in to Crack Rackets in the Redzone. You might get some sneak preview.
The man that sings Try Me. The amazing Mr. Please himself. But right now,
Well, joining us here in the Cracked Rackets booth once again is, I'm going to say it, friend of our Cracked Rackets program at this point, Mackie McDonald. Thank you for joining us. I know today's result didn't go your way, but let's just start there. Overall, 3 matches in the books. How'd you feel this event went?
Yeah, honestly, I really thought everything went really awesome. I mean, 3 good days of tennis. I think everyone had a really good time. I think we were all being pretty safe, too. And, yeah, I mean, just soaking up the sun now.
Yeah, no, it's an absolute blast. Have you ever done a poolside interview?
I have not.
Yeah.
This is probably the first.
I'm flattered. I am honored to be your first, Mackie. Let's talk about the match just a second in one moment because I want Westhoff to have to put this into the video. Your reaction, Hubie's going back for the tweener. Did you know he was going to do it? What's going through your head? And I saw the racket go into the air. That was amazing.
Yeah, honestly, when I hit that ball past him, I didn't expect him to really get there. And to get there and hit a tweener, downline winner, laser was kind of still stings, I'm going to be honest. I mean, it was a good shot. We had some really good points out there, even the point right before that. But, yeah, no, that was just too good.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, exchanging drop volleys left and right. It was really fun tennis for you. And again, looking back at this exhibition, we'll get into the fun questions. This is my last serious one. Did you get exactly what you were looking for coming here this week?
Yeah, I'd say for sure. I mean, having a good time, kind of mixing it up. I've been in Orlando for a bit, so it was nice coming to Miami, being with my girlfriend here, and then getting some really competitive matches. These are probably some of the most competitive matches I've gotten since the break, so it's nice.
Yeah, no, it was a really high level of tennis all week long here, certainly. All right, let's have some fun. It's been the Fast Four format here all week long. That's what we're going to be doing here in the pool. Fast Four format, 4 serious, 4 joke questions. If you're actually counting them, I don't know if it's going to end up at 8, but, the theme is let's have a little fun here to end the week. And so, again, it's a really good group of guys competing here this weekend. Let's say the ATP comes to you and they say, Mackenzie, we're sorry, but the guys you were with at the Altix Steislinger exhibition, you're stuck with them now for the remainder of the year. Who would you pick if they said you can pick one of them to be your coach for the rest of the year, for a full year? You have to pick one of them. Who are you picking to coach you for the year?
Wow.
No disrespect to your current coaches, by the way.
I wouldn't actually mind Sam Querrey up there.
Really?
A veteran of the game. Or you know what? I might go tennis.
So you are.
I want tennis.
Yeah, tennis is not. I've heard that answer repeatedly. What is it? Just he's a
tennis.
student of the game.
Well, the guy's just a baller. He's he's a physical specimen too. So I mean, he's really tough. So I mean, a lot of good characteristics to take, and he's actually really really funny too. So he's just a great guy.
Yeah, no, not a bad pick by any stretch of the imagination. All right, you can take a characteristic from any of the players' games here. You can just, whether it's a shot, whether it's a movement thing, a mental toughness, whatever it may be. What are you taking and why?
Either Hubie Hurkatz's tweener, or I'm gonna go with Riley Opelka's serve.
So I figured when we mapped out these answers that everyone was going to say Riley's serve. My follow-up to that, if you take Riley's serve, you have to be 7 feet tall for the rest of your life. Yes or no?
I'll
ask Chanel as well afterwards.
One. Honestly, dude, when I've traveled and seen Riley and stuff, it's really not easy for him to shower, to get in the beds in Europe. We've had this conversation in the hotel rooms, does he sleep diagonal? Like, he's tried it all. His feet stick off the bed. I feel bad just hammering out all the stuff that's tough for him, but like, I mean, he's even hitting his head on some of the lamps inside the players' lounge today. So 7 feet tall would actually be a tough feat.
In that case, you're out on that. You'll take it. Someone said your fluidity. For whatever it's worth.
Who was that?
It was Stevie, I
thank
believe.
them. Oh, wow.
Honestly,
Very
it
nice,
actually might have been me to Stevie. I might have said, I want your fluidity.
All right, well, thanks for trying.
Yeah, anyways. But no, that's fair. I mean, that serve, just to have it all the way up there and just to bunt down on it, that'd be the best.
Yeah, honestly, dude, if I had that serve and then take my return, my speed, that would be a
good player.
Pretty
good
combo.
player. Yeah. You're calling your own lines this week, which you probably haven't done since college. I'm curious for you, and you can date back to college before then if you need to. The worst you've ever hooked someone.
Wow. The worst I've ever.
Because you've definitely, we've all done it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't start calling a couple close ones till later in my college career.
Sure.
And there was one at NCAA's, and I was playing Tom Fawcett, and honestly, I've never lost to him too.
Yeah.
And I hooked him pretty bad on a serve. Sorry, Tom. Great guy, though.
Yeah, no, it happens to the best of us again. I had a partner once, and it was a club tennis match, right? So it means nothing. They started bickering over calls. The guy hits a serve. My partner catches it off the bounce and just called it out and just, like, moved on.
Bold play?
Yeah, bold play for sure. All right, the most upset you've ever been with an official?
Orange Bowl 18s. I was 16 years old. First round against Sebastian Offner. Livid. The guy was the 1 seed or 2 seed.
He made the final, right?
He made the final, lost the team. I played an unbelievable match. And for me, like, that was young in my clay court career, too. Like, kind of a statement match, too, for me if I had pulled through. I lost, like, 7-5 in the third. But there was this one call that the ball rolled on the court from the other court. And the guy hit the ball out. Or, like, it was some let thing. But then, like, the ref overruled it. And I ended up getting broken and, like, just losing it. I was so pissed. I walked off the court. I threw my cooler. It wasn't a good time for me.
No, so then with that in mind, if you could replay any match from your past, whether it be a win or a loss, what match would you choose?
Like, same result, same everything?
Let's say you could change the result, potentially.
I would go back to the Grigor match on Rod Laver.
Try it again.
Give me like, that fifth set. Just go fifth set over again.
I think you came to the net like 50-plus times in that match.
I think that's my best moves, dude.
Yeah.
I think I got to keep doing that. That's the Mackie style.
Yeah, again, it was sexy tennis for sure. There's no denying that.
Keep on the net.
Again, we have 11 here, our sponsors this weekend. We're so grateful for their support. We also get support here at Cracked Racquets from our friends at Diadem, who I know provided the balls this weekend. Your thoughts on those Diadem balls, and what'd you think of them this week?
Honestly, really good. I used them in the exos I was playing in Lake Nona as well. Very solid. Honestly, there wasn't a bad batch. I feel like they were pretty true. A little bit more harder than a Wilson.
Sure.
So obviously, each ball is different, but consistency between the cans, very, very good.
Yeah, no, and again, it was awesome to see you play. All right, Sharon, I think that applause you hear, that's Sandgren taking the championship in the end. But
that's my coach.
Yeah, that is your future coach. So, Mackie McDonald, again, thank you so much for hanging out with us all weekend, and it's always a pleasure to see you.
Appreciate it, Alex. Thank you, guys.
Coming in at number 5 in our Cracked Racquets ITA preseason poll, the USC Trojans. The Trojans ended last year's shortened season as the number 1 ranked team in the land, and they will be looking to keep the baton rolling into 2021. Head coach Brett Macy's squad was in the midst of an outstanding campaign in 2020, capturing the ITA National Team Indoor Championships last February and suffering only one dual match defeat throughout the duration of the season. Coach Macy has no shortage of talent to work with in 2021, as he brings back almost every major contributor from last year's squad. Fourth-year Daniel Kucherman was ranked number 1 in the country just last season, and he will have no trouble stepping into the role of top player and leader for the Trojans this year. Fans will also be excited to see veteran guys like Riley Smith and Moore Bullis back in the fold, as they have been fantastic throughout their careers. Throw in the experience of guys like Bradley Fry, Jake Stans, Stefan Dostanic, and others, and it seems like all of the pieces of the puzzle are on the table for the Trojans this season. Examining the roster. Coach Macy will be relying on his seniors Riley Smith and Daniel Kucherman to lead the way both on and off the court for the Trojans in 2021. Smith and Kucherman have seen and done it all when it comes to the biggest stages in collegiate tennis. Their experience and steady presence at the top of the lineup will be invaluable as USC navigates a dual match season that will be as unpredictable and unlike any we've seen before. Kucherman is definitely one of the best players in the nation, and the Trojans know he can beat any other guy on any given day. Even though he's played primarily at the number 2 position, the speedy right-hander had a 26-2 overall singles record last season and was on a 7-match win streak when competition was canceled last March. While the 6'7" Smith may not have been that successful, he held an impressive 17-5 overall singles record and was on a 5-match win streak himself when things got shut down. As good as he is in singles, Smith may be even more valuable in the doubles court, as he went 27-5 overall on the season, including an 11-1 record in dual matches. Beyond the seniors, juniors Moore Bullis, Bradley Fry, and Jake Sands give Coach Macy plenty of depth to look towards at the bottom of the lineup. Bullis has been rock solid for the Trojans since joining the team in 2019. He posted a 22-5 singles record last season and was ranked as high as number 9 in the country in the fall of 2019. Beyond the juniors, sophomore Stefan Dostanic and Ryder Jackson can also be counted on to contribute to the Trojans this season. Both guys held up well in the big moments as freshmen and should be ready to contribute at an even higher degree this season. The Trojans also gained a potential impact freshman in Ludwig Westrate. Having competed in all 4 junior slams, Westrate has the ability to jump in and make noise for the team very early in the season. While Coach Macy will not need to rely on him from the get-go, don't be surprised if Westrate makes rapid improvements this spring and is contributing down the stretch run. Possible lineups. As far as the lineups go, it should be fairly easy to predict based on what we saw last year. Kucherman is the number 1 guy without any question, and will be steering the ship for the Trojans this entire season. We expect Smith and Bullis to fill out the top half of the lineup, and have Stefan Dostanic as our only other lock in the Trojan singles lineup. Things get a little more interesting at 5 and 6. Coach Macy could elect to go with his more experienced players and start Sands and Fry, but he could also turn to his younger guys in Jackson and Westrate. We expect a bit of a rotation in the lower part of the lineup to start the season. However, we also know what we see in January could be totally different from what we end up seeing in April and May. What's achievable? If you commit to play tennis for USC, the goals are already set in stone. It's pretty simple for the Trojans. Compete and win the Pac-12 conference and put yourself in a position to win the national championship. In terms of the conference, USC should absolutely be one of the favorites, if not the outright top contender, to win the Pac-12 in 2021. Of course, it's never easy, especially with teams like Stanford and UCLA vying for the same crown, but this Trojan squad has all of the pieces to bring home a Pac-12 crown. Looking at the national landscape, we would be shocked to see the Trojans finish any worse than a quarterfinal berth in the NCAA tournament. That would be the minimum. Could they potentially reach the Final Four, or even one step further? There's no question in our mind that this team has that capability. Losing a guy like Brandon Holt certainly hurts, and reaching the Final Four in 2021 will be as difficult as any season in college tennis history. However, these Trojans go at least 8 deep, and you should be sure to keep your eyes on them, as they will be making noise throughout the 2021 season.
West off, let's go to court 6 at Ohio State.
I don't believe it,
My
Chris.
goodness.
University of Virginia. Shocking quarterfinals. Unbelievable hands from Matt Solokian. Why are you playing one up, one back when you can do that, Matty?
Tune in to Crack Rackets in the Red Zone. You might get some sneak preview.
Coming in at number 6 in our Cracked Rackets preseason poll, the TCU Horned Frogs. TCU fans had plenty of reasons to be excited about their team last spring. The Frogs were arguably the hottest team in the country before the pandemic shut things down, and there is still plenty of reason for optimism in Fort Worth this spring. Coach Roditi will still be working with a youthful roster. However, each guy has at least one more season of valuable college tennis experience under their belts. The upside for this group is tremendous, as Coach Roditi has built a squad that looks ready to contend for years to come. However, despite that fact, Coach Roditi will still be expecting and demanding continued improvement from his young, talented team. If they can develop as expected, there's no reason TCU can't compete for both the conference title and make a serious run in the postseason. The Frogs have the potential to be one of the scariest teams in the country if they are healthy and hitting on all cylinders come May. Examining the roster. While the Horned Frogs will certainly roll out one of the youngest squads in the country in 2021, there is plenty of important experience left on their roster. Alistair Gray and Bertus Kruger are 2 of 5 juniors returning to Fort Worth this season, and Coach Roditi will need them to lead the way for the Horned Frogs this spring. Gray has been an impact player for the Frogs since he stepped on campus, and will once again be the guy for the team this season. Gray finished last season on a 6-match winning streak in singles, with 4 of those wins coming over ranked opponents. Expect similar results from the upperclassmen in 2021. Kruger has steadily improved over his career and turned into a reliable singles and doubles player for the Horned Frogs. Coach Roditi will covet Kruger's versatility this spring. Luke Famba and Sander Jong are back in Fort Worth as sophomores, and it's worth noting both will be entering their 3rd years of competition. Famba has been dominant on the singles court ever since he arrived on campus. Jong's success was critical to the Horned Frogs flipping the script in 2020, and for them to make another jump in 2021, they'll need big contributions from Jong. Of course, Fernley, Jirasek, and Paralek are the young guns for Coach Roditi. And though each are considered freshmen, all three guys got some experience in college tennis last spring. These players are the future core of the team and should become fan favorites throughout their careers. They all possess tremendous talent and have the ability to put the 2021 Horned Frogs over the top. Possible lineups. As far as lineups go, all we need to do is look back to last season to get a pretty good idea of what Coach Roditi will do in 2021. We assume Gray will retain his position at the number 1 spot and should stay there throughout the year. With Famba's dominance thus far, we expect him to line up at 2, and we expect Paralek to start out the season at the number 3 spot. Fernley and Jung will most likely line up at 4 and 5, and we could see those two flip-flopping throughout the year, depending on given matchups. The final spot is likely to be a battle between Kruger and Jirasek, and while this presents a problem for Coach Roditi, it is certainly a good problem to have. What's achievable? Coach Roditi will certainly have his guys believing they can win the Big 12 Conference this spring, and that's a realistic goal. The Big 12 is known as one of the most, if not the most competitive conference in the country, and this season, all 6 teams are legitimate threats to end the season in the top 25. Unfortunately for the Frogs, there's another team in their conference that has even more experience and depth than them. That team is the Baylor Bears. However, this TCU squad should thrive during the outdoor portion of the season, and it is not unreasonable at all to expect them to knock off the Bears at least once during the regular season. With such a young team, fans in Fort Worth should not be alarmed if the Horned Frogs take some early losses, as they will continue to improve and play better tennis as the season wears on. We think TCU has a shot to reach the quarterfinals of the NCAA tournament in May. Finishing the season top 8 would be one heck of an accomplishment and an absolute step in the right direction for this young squad. As it stands right now, we do not see the Frogs having a chance to reach the Final Four. There are just too many other teams that have more experience at the top and equal depth to contend with the Horned Frogs. However, while we think 2022 is more likely to be the year they go all the way, this team cannot be slept on, and we know they will cause many problems for all of the top teams throughout this 2021 season.
You're live at the Top Seed Tennis Club in Nicholasville, Kentucky for this weekend's Young Kings Scholarship Tennis event, and it's 8 of the top WTA singles players in the world: Jeannie Bouchard, Jessica Pegula, Cece Bellis, Katie McNally, Shelby Rogers, Maureen Partout, Jamie Loeb, and of course Leylah Fernandez rounding out our field.
To bring an event of this caliber to the state of Kentucky is what it's all about. Our goal as a club is to grow the game. Our goal is to bring fantastic tennis here so that hopefully we can grow the game of tennis in the state of Kentucky, in the United States, and worldwide. That's really why this club was built.
Yeah, no, I think it's amazing. The first time I came here was in February for the 100K, and I was really impressed with the facilities and the staff. They're just so nice, and they treat all the players super well. And, you know, coming out here and playing outside, I think the courts are great. And yes, everyone's super friendly, and I think they're putting on a great event so far.
I really like the facilities. They seem to be like super new, super high tech. They're beautiful. We have a lot of courts, which has been great. We've been able to practice. So yeah, it's just been a weekend of work, and it's been good.
I remember when we came in February, we were so blown away by how nice the courts are inside, and then getting to see the ones outside now, it's incredible.
The area is great. This club is amazing. Unfortunately, I didn't get to play the tournament earlier this year, but I'd only heard good things about it, so it was definitely a yes for me when he asked to come play. And we're playing for a great cause. The scholarship is, an amazing setup, and they're just, really all coming together. And it's great when the tennis community can come together for something like that.
Just a reminder that when the proper precautions are taken, when we're all being safe and keeping one another's health in mind, we are able to enjoy events like this. And I need to give a huge shout out to John Saunders, the entire Top Seed team, for putting on just a top-notch event.
West off, let's go to court 6 at Ohio State.
I don't believe it,
My
Chris.
goodness.
University of Virginia. Shocking quarterfinals. Chris. Welcome in, everyone, to our Cracked Racquets Red Zone coverage of the 2021 college tennis season. We have two fantastic matches on this Sunday afternoon for all of you to enjoy with us, as we have two battles out on the West Coast. Now, our first match starting at 3:30 p.m., a battle between two very interesting teams. Number 5 TCU coming off of a 4-0 loss on Friday at USC, taking on a 3-3 Pepperdine team that is yet to be fully healthy. We've yet to see what the Waves can do when they've got their full roster to employ. Of course, that's match number 1 on the day. Match number 2, a match we've already featured on our Crack Rackets Red Zone coverage, a match we are thrilled to have for all of you once again today. Number 9 USC, fresh off of that big win over TCU, such a disappointing national indoors event for the USC Trojans. Nevertheless, they're starting to build some momentum on their side. They're going to look to carry that momentum into Westwood as they take on the UCLA Bruins, the number 9 Trojans taking on the 17 Bruins again for the second time this season. They first faced off on the kickoff weekend at USC, and on that it was the Trojans taking a victory. So it should be a very fun day of tennis for all of us. Now, we've also had a lot of fun tennis here in the early parts of the day. I want to run through some of those college tennis results we've had before we focus in on the two matches we are going to be seeing here on our Cracked Rackets Red Zone broadcast. Let's start with two fairly comfortable decisions, but noticeable nonetheless. The surest thing in all of men's college tennis, North Carolina taking the doubles point, and then 3 of the top 4 singles positions. On today's occasion, it was Blumberg at 1, Rinky Hijikata at 3, and Brian Cernock at the 4 singles position, securing the Tar Heels a 4-1 victory over Georgia Tech. Now, for Georgia Tech, certainly a big win for number 59 in the country, Andreas Martin. He earns a 6-1, 6-2 victory over UNC's Ben Seguin. But of course, for the Tar Heels, they continue to rock and roll. They stay undefeated here in their 2021 season. Another team near and dear to my heart, the Michigan Wolverines, earning victories in both men's and women's tennis today. Both, I'd say one of slightly more drama than the other. You look for the Wolverine men.
They follow up their win at Indiana yesterday with a 7-0 victory over Purdue today. For the Michigan women, they dropped the doubles point on the road in Columbus, but get wins at the 3, 4, 6, and number 1 singles position. University of Michigan freshman Kari Miller delivering a 7-6 in the third set victory at number 1 to clinch a 4-3 victory for the Wolverines in a match that certainly has Big Ten Conference implications. The Buckeyes, the Wolverines, Northwestern Wildcats, all going to be jockeying for top 16, even top 8 seeds at this for this year's NCAA tournament. So for the Wolverines to beat the Buckeyes 4-3 back at the National Indoors. The Wildcats beat the Buckeyes 4-3. I think it's safe to say we've got a toss-up on our hands in terms of the Big Ten Women's Conference this season. We also had a victory from Tennessee earlier today. They are up 6-0 on Ole Miss. I believe they're playing out that final match at number 1 singles, where Adam Walton currently leading Ole Miss's Finn Reynolds 7-6, 5-4. He's got a deuce point match point actually right now as we speak. Not going to be covering that match today on the stream, unfortunately, but Tennessee, they really have established themselves as perhaps the number 3 team in the country. They've been so consistent, and they've been one of the teams fortunate enough to play a ton of matches here in the early going of the season. It's doubles, it's, various spots for them. Another win for Luca Windeman today, 2-3, as he's over the century mark now in his Tennessee career. But the Volunteers continue to look good. Another big victory for them today over Ole Miss. Let's now go to some of the matches we have in progress. And again, we're not going to be covering these matches, unfortunately, on our broadcast today. Some rights issues, streaming issues. We're trying to work it all out, trying to get as many of these college programs as we can on our broadcast. Certainly these coaches are enthusiastic. It's just, it turns out there are rules in this game, and we're trying to abide by all of those rules. Nevertheless, some really fun matches going on, again, across the country. You look right now, I believe, in Athens. They're playing outside today. It's so nice to see some college tennis played outdoors. And right now, the Georgia Bulldogs leading Mississippi State 2-1. You look for Georgia. They take the doubles point with wins at the 2 and 3 positions. No Trent Bride, their number 1 singles player, in the lineup for them today. Nevertheless, they've gotten victories at number 1 singles now for Mississippi State. They got a win at the number 6 position. Right now, Philip Henning, a match point at 2 for Georgia to give them a 3-1 lead. Billy Rowe also leads 6-3, 4-5, although quadruple set point for Mississippi State there. The match is at 3 and 5 already in third set. So that one looks like it's coming down to the finish line in Georgia. That's a fun one to monitor now. You can have that on the side screen as we wait for our matches to start here on the West Coast over in Malibu. Doesn't that sound delightful, by the way, to be playing tennis in Malibu today? I feel like, we're doing our best approximation of that via our broadcast. So hopefully we'll all get to enjoy, a little bit of tennis and a little bit of sunshine via our computer screens. I want to talk next about another SEC battle we have going on today. Certainly Georgia, Mississippi State, heavy implications, but coming into the season prior to, Tennessee, I suppose, taking the entire college tennis world by storm, we thought it was going to be a 3-team race in the SEC. We thought it was going to be those aforementioned Georgia Bulldogs. We thought it was also going to be the Florida Gators and the Texas A&M Aggies. Now, right now, the Gators up 1-0 in College Station over Texas A&M. They took the doubles point, getting a 6-love victory at number 3 from the team of Shelton and Andrade, and then 7-5 victory from Ingledson and Grant. No matches decided thus far. You look across the board, I believe we have 4 of our first sets in the books. Texas A&M getting the first set from Hadi Habib at the number 1 singles position. Interesting to see Habib playing one for them. Now the set at 2 unfinished between Vashro and Andrade. But if you're a Florida Gator fan, the fact that Sam Riffis is at 3 singles feels a little bit like highway robbery for Coach Brian Shelton. Nevertheless, he gets him at court 3 today. Riffis, a 6-4 first set over Juan Carlos Aguilar. They also got a 6-2 first set from Blaise Bicknell over Noah Schachter, and then Lucas Greif back in the lineup for the Gators. 6-3 first set for him at number 6 over Perot. Those 2 unfinished sets I mentioned, Vacheron and Andrade at number 2, and then Shelton and Marson at number 5. So I'll keep my eye on that as our play begins here as well. Certainly those are 2 teams that expect to be
at a minimum, top 10 seeds come the NCAA tournament. They probably think, and I think we all do as well, if things break right, they can absolutely be in the conversation for national semifinalists if things really break right, maybe even make a run to that championship match. But, again, early SEC conference action last year, it was the Aggies knocking off the Gators in College Station right before things shut down for the 2020 season. So certainly the Gators have a little bit of revenge on their mind. They weren't able to get that revenge over Texas earlier in the season, but look for them to do that again here today. 3 first sets plus the doubles point in the bag over the Aggies. Your other fun matches going on right now, a couple of ACC battles. NC State up 1-0 on Virginia Tech. NC State, I believe, lost their match on Friday to Virginia, so they're looking to bounce back. And speaking of those Virginia Cavaliers, they are currently playing Wake Forest in a match that always has hefty implications for the rest of the ACC conference. Now, unfortunately, live scoring not really working right now for Wake Forest. But if you look across the board, you see a Virginia team that's in control. They took the doubles point and got first sets at the 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6 positions. Excuse me, we're live here, so I'm going to have to suffer through some of my coughs. Virginia with their first set, 6-3 from Carl Soderlund over Henry Squire. The reason I want to go through the lineup, it's always interesting to see who Wake Forest ends up playing. Do they have their full complement of players today? The answer is sort of yes. I mean, Soderlund 6-3 set over Squire, Montez 6-3 over Nava, Jeffrey von der Schulenberg a 6-3 first set over Taha Badi, Ryan Getz at 5 singles, 7-6 over Maroney, and then Alex Kiefer 6-4 over Resert Kungu. Now, if you are a Wake Forest fan, you will be very happy to see that Melios Efstafalu is starting to play his best tennis once again. The Demon Deacon currently at the number 4 singles position, the only first set on the board for Wake Forest. He leads 6-4, 3-2 over Virginia's Chris Rodesh, who has now leaped Ryan Getz in the lineup, the talented freshman playing 5 singles, like 6'6", 6'7". Makes sense given how well he has played early in the season here. But again, that's where we're at right now in those scores across the nation. I will keep an eye on those matches as well as some of the other matches. Ooh, actually, we have a clinch already from Virginia. So updated score, Virginia 5-0 victory over Wake Forest. They get victories 6-4, 6-3 at number 1, Soderlund over Squire, 6-3, 6-3 Montez over Nava, 6-2, 6-3 von der Schulenberg over Body, and then 7-6, 6-1 Ryan Getz over Maroney. Now, if Efstafalu was up 6-4 for all, when that match finished, Kungu up 5-4 in the second set after he dropped the first against Kiefer. So Virginia continues to prove its claim, continues to display what, why they're a top 5 team now, why that win in Columbus to open the season was not a fluke. This Virginia team has a ton of talent, and I know I speak for all of us when I say we look forward to continue to see them perform, looking forward to continue to see them get tested throughout this ACC season. We already saw them play UNC once. Have a feeling they're going to play UNC 2 or 3 more times throughout the rest of the year, so we will keep our eye on that. But with that in mind, let's start talking a little bit about today's matches. And, let's lock in on this 3:30 match first, where, again, we have an unranked Pepperdine team who, I will note from the top, the only undefeated program during the 2021 season, 2020 season. Pepperdine, I believe, finished that year 11-0, had 2 really good wins over both a ranked, I think, 25 in the country at the time, Minnesota team. They also beat Oklahoma 4-3 right before the season came to a conclusion. Now, Pepperdine was part of that Ann Arbor kickoff weekend foursome that unfortunately didn't get to play out the entire weekend. Pepperdine did get to play their first match. It was a match they lost to Texas A&M, although they played Texas A&M pretty close. I know the final scoreboard there was 4-0, but if memory serves me correctly, and I'm pulling up the box score now here, Pepperdine absolutely, they were down big early in doubles, but they ended up testing them. It was a 7-6 set at number 2 to clinch for Texas A&M. And then you look for Pepperdine. They had taken first sets at the number 5 and 6 singles position, took a first set at number 1 as well. So, Pepperdine still looking to find their legs. You look at their 3-3 this season. They've taken losses to A&M, Arizona State, and Arizona. Now, that was a road trip to Arizona, and certainly, they had only played the one match on kickoff weekend and then didn't get to play another match until those duels against both Arizona and Arizona State. But since then, a couple of really good wins for them, 4-3 over Cal Poly, 5-2 over UNLV, and then the big one, 5-2, they knock off Oklahoma State at home. So this is a team now starting to find its rhythm, and we still really haven't seen the full complement of players that Coach Schachterly has available to him. Certainly, you look across the board for him. He's got Adrian Otzbeck playing at the number 1 position and Guy Den Uden playing at number 2. But in that win over UNLV, he didn't have his number 1 singles player in De Jong, and you look at it against Oklahoma State as well. And De Jong was playing number 1 singles for them last season. And, for them to knock off Oklahoma State with having him at the number 3 position, I think it speaks to the jump they've seen from some of their other players, and they continue to find the recipes that work for them here in singles. But they're coming up against a TCU team that certainly knows what they want to do. They certainly know the strengths of their lineup, particularly at the top of the lineup. There aren't going to be any questions. It'll be Alistair Gray, Luke Famba, Sander Jong. Now, the order of Gray and Famba sometimes vary, but that's going to be the top of the lineup for TCU. The question is, what is Coach Roditi going to do with the bottom of his lineup? And you look for the TCU Horned Frogs, 7-3 now on the season. They have maybe the best win outside of that ITA final in college tennis, in the fact that they went to Baylor, dropped the doubles, then took 4 singles matches against the National Indoor finalist Baylor Bears at Baylor. But now they've lost 3 of their last 4 matches, and it's been a really high quality 3 out of the last 4 matches. It was 2 4-3 losses to Virginia and Tennessee, a 4-3 win over USC indoors that was followed up with a 4-0 loss, as I mentioned, on Friday. And in that match on Friday, I think the thing you're most worth noting, Luke Famba played the number 1 singles position. He ended up losing that match in 3 sets, but I think that was the big storyline, was the turnaround for the Trojans at number 1 and 2 for them to get wins over Famba and Gray after losing both of those matches at the National Indoors. And then they get a win from West Strait over Paralick at the number 5 position. I think the question for Coach Roditi is still, what is the exact lineup for him, particularly at the bottom of their lineup? There's Jarosek, there's Paralick, there's Fernley, there's Juan Martin, there's Burgess Kruger, all these guys who have yet to fully get healthy. They're all starting to return to form. And for Coach Roditi, again, it's a luxury to have 7, 8, 9 guys who can all feasibly play in the singles lineup. The question is, what is he going to do with them now? As you guys can see, 3:32 on the clock. It does look like our play is about to get underway over in Malibu, and I want to start introducing the lineups to all of you guys. We're still waiting, I believe, for those broadcasts to go live on PlaySide. I know as soon as they do, or I believe now we see players on court, and I believe on court number 2, just so you know, for the numbering, super producer Daniel Westoff, is where they're playing the number 1 singles match. I think they do even numbers. Yeah, it's courts 2, 4, and 6 for doubles. So as soon as we can, we're going to start on court number 2 with that number 1 doubles position, and super producer Daniel Westoff will let me know as soon as we are over there. But play is underway now for TCU and Pepperdine. You can see here at this number 1 doubles position, as they have all season, it's the duo of Luke Famba and Alistair Gray of TCU. Famba serving on the near side of your camera. They've taken on the Pepperdine team of Adrian Otzbeck and Guy Den Uden. Otzbeck, Den Uden,
a win over the number 3 team in the country of Hud and Vogtsel for Oklahoma State just a week ago. So certainly Famba and Gray enter this one as the favorites, though the duo is currently unranked. They've been rock solid for the Horned Frogs at number 1. You can hear on your camera, folks, it is a windy day in Malibu now. It's easy to cut through that wind when you can serve like Luke Famba. He holds 4-1 love at this number 1 doubles position. Again, it's Famba and Gray for TCU taking on Otzbach and Denudan. I'm sure we will get back to this match soon. But for now, let's go introduce the other characters in this doubles point for both of these teams. Westoff, if we can... I don't think we can at this moment, so we'll hold on the switch to court 4. We'll go there next. Court number 4 is where that number 2 doubles position is. But for now, we will watch this duo, Otzbach, Denudan, serving for Pepperdine. Guy Denudan, one of the rare new additions for the Pepperdine Waves. He's lined up primarily at the number 2 singles position for them thus far, and again has played doubles with Otzbach. Big serve there. Brings us to 40 love. It's textbook. Had the chance to watch a lot of Famba and Gray at the National Indoors. Of course, was such a pleasure for me to be on the call for that event with Mike Cation. And Famba and Gray were a team that just raised their level always to the competition they're matching up against. It's tough serving, though, from the Waves. They hold 4-1 all here on court number 1. I thought they held. Yeah, that scoreboard's incorrect. It's 1-all. It says here. Okay, good. They fixed the scoreboard. So it is 1-all here on number 1 doubles. Alistair Gray serving on the far side of your court stream. Excuse me. Double fault there for love 30. We'll stick through the end of this game before we head on over to number 2 dubs.
See if Pepperdine can take advantage of this early deficit in the Alistair Gray service game. Famba and Gray 5-1 on the year thus far in doubles. Their only loss coming Friday. Oh, excuse me. Their only loss coming... Well, I guess now so it doesn't have Friday's match. That explains it. So they now have 2 losses on the season. Old Misses Finn Reynolds, Tim Sandcullen, as well as to Kucherman and Smith. But now they find themselves down 3 early break chances. Otsbach, Denuden. Give some early momentum to Pepperdine. It's a really nice cross from Alistair Gray. Now, of course, Luke Famba puts that overhead away 9 out of 10 times, maybe 98 out of 100 times. But you have to wonder how much this TCU team has practiced outdoors. Certainly in Malibu, it's illegal to build an indoor facility. So advantage Pepperdine there. Say it all the time. You pay for the frame, but on that occasion, not quite good enough for Luke Famba. His response goes in the net, and it's an early break for the Pepperdine Waves. If we can, Westhoff, let's go to court number 4 now, which is that number 2 doubles flight. Really fun matchup on our hands here. The duo of Jake Fernley, Bertus Kruger, who are playing number 3 doubles for the Horned Frogs at the indoors. As Fernley splits the middle there, taking on Rado Sumaraya. Robert Shelton for Fernley and Kruger. 2-love, 40-love. They lead here. Early break-up serve. Hold for 3-love. They were also one of the TCU teams that fell yesterday to USC. We'll stick here on court number 2 to watch our Pepperdine duo of Sumaraya and Shelton serve here as they look again to get on the scoreboard. Sumaraya, a junior from Italy. Shelton, a sophomore out of Pennsylvania. You look for this duo. They were also victorious against Oklahoma State, knocking out the team of Korsgaard and Scaglia. 6-4. Shelton's been lining up primarily at the number 4 singles position for Pepperdine. A little bit of 4 and 5. Sumaraya usually 1 spot above him. So interesting distribution here for head coach Shackerly. See the 1 and 2 singles players at 1, 3 and 4 at 2. That's a pretty simple formula. We'll see if it works for him here today.
hear the wind just swirling in the background for these players. I mean, Fernley and Kruger are just striking the ball so well right now. Four breakpoint chances here for the Horned Frogs. With the double break lead. Some serious pressure on Pepperdine. How did it work for the first one, though? Serve getting into the body of Bertus Kruger. Mishit from him makes it 30-40. Still two more break chances for the Horned Frogs. Meanwhile, Uzbek, Danudin consolidating their break on one, so they now lead 3-1 there. We'll see how this game finishes up, and then we'll introduce our final doubles pairings. Gotta love outdoor tennis, though, folks, right? That overhead, getting right on the racket of Bertus Kruger. Just all he has to do is get that ball as high in the air as possible. Now, great on the duo of Sumariah and Shelton to finish that point off, but still a deuce point coming. Not a surprise to see them choose to serve to the veteran Kruger here. Not a surprise to see TCU choose to have Kruger on the return here. All that work and a double fault, unfortunately, gives Fernley and Kruger the 4-love lead. If we can now, Westhoff, let's go to our number 3 doubles position. That's court number 6. For those of you who are following along at home on your own, at number 3 right now, it's all Horned Frogs. Sandra Jong, Dias Paralek. 3-love lead currently on the Pepperdine duo of DeJong and Fellini. Excuse me, Feline. It's a deuce point coming here on the Pepperdine serve, so a chance to go down double breaks. A chance to go up double breaks at 2 and 3 if you're TCU. Yeah. The slice is the kiss of death in doubles. The second you see that, all of these guys so well trained to look to cross. That's exactly what I believe Dias Paralek was able to do there. Now it's 4-love leads for TCU on courts 2 and 3. Of course, coming up in about 10 minutes, doubles will get underway in UCLA USC, our other match here today on our Cracked Racquets Red Zone coverage of the college tennis season. Very much looking forward to another battle between those two. I know it's the poor man's Michigan, Ohio State. It'll get the job done, though.
Third love here for Paralek and Jong. They were trailing 3-5 yesterday to the USC doubles team of Bullis and Holt, but didn't actually end up finishing their match. Now Xander Jong was in the middle of a battle with more Bullis, 7-5, 6-all. That match was when the Trojans clinched. Jong's been so good for the Horned Frogs, really the past season and a half. Hit his stride at last year's National Indoors and has really just kept running ever since. I believe he's only had one loss this season. It was a fantastic third set match. He ended up losing to Stefan Dostanic of USC. Jong also lost one more to Val Vachereau early in the season in one of those shadow duels, but it's been a rock for the Horned Frogs, and now they've still got 3 game points here. Take a commanding 5-love lead, which, by the way, is exactly what they just did on court 2. That wind is something, huh? That ball sails long. So TCU now 5-love leads on courts 2 and 3. Let's go back to the one court that's still relatively close, Westoff. That's court number 1. Where right now it's Otzbach and Denuden serving up 3-2. And a break of serve on Alistair Gray and Luke Famba of TCU. Now, it is 15:30 here in the Pepperdine service game. And again, with all due respect to Otzbach and Denuden, who've played great here today, this one more window dressing than anything else, given the 5-love deficits. Pepperdine faces right now at the 2 and 3 position, but we'll hang out here through the end of this game until one of those other courts gets close to finishing. I do love the aggression from Alistair Gray there. Even when you're 2 up, just get that close to the net, put a little extra pressure on your opponent. You don't see that coming, but credit to the Pepperdine player there, catching Gray in the act, cross-court pass. Now 2 game points for the Waves. 4-2 Pepperdine here on court number 1. A silver lining for Coach Schachterly, certainly. I'm looking at the scoreboards right now on the other courts. Nothing too noticeable, so let's stick here for a little while longer. Ooh, I do have a couple of non-Pepperdine TCU score updates for you, but we'll save those till the doubles point is completed. It's 30 love here for Gray and Famba. Looks like Pepperdine's going to get on the board. They're up 30-15 on courts 2 and 3 in Love 5 service games. Actually, that might be a serving game. Now 40-15 for them, yeah, on court 5, so court 3, excuse me, so we'll keep our eyes on those. hate to yank you mid-game. After this point, Westhoff, let's go to court number 2 if we can. That 2 doubles position, court number 4. Where it does look like Kruger, Fernley have themselves a deciding point, break point, set point chance. They were up 30-40. So this is set point number 2 here. Meanwhile, Pepperdine held 4-1-5 at 3, so we'll keep an eye on that as well. Aren't you glad we got that point? You can hear the Pepperdine team come on right back. That's certainly one way to get momentum. Great hands at the net from both teams there, but Pepperdine on the board with holds. 4-5-1 now on courts 2 and 3. Let's go to court number 3 if we can, Westhoff. Court number 6, number 3 doubles. That 3 doubles position. I hope you all at home will understand. I'm just going to refer to them by position. On court number 6, doubles position number 3. The duo of Paralek Jong, 5-1, 30-15 lead. We'll see here if they can get over the finish line first while keeping our eyes on court number 2. All here in this game, 15 all on court number 2. Keeping an eye on both of them right now. That return flying a little bit long. Double set point. 4. Apologies for that audio. Having some difficulties with my microphone. Fortunately, not enough difficulties made for this Pepperdine duo as it's all TCU here on court number 3. 6-1, they take the set. Let's go to court number 2 now if we can. And in fact, I think we missed it. Happened simultaneously on court number 2. TCU taking the doubles point as they get wins on courts 2 and 3. By a 6-1 wins on both courts 2 and 3. And with that, they'll take a 1-love doubles lead heading into singles. I'm going to get my mic issues worked out in just a moment. Want to quickly talk about some of the things going on across the country. We do have a couple of updates in some of those matches I mentioned prior to the doubles starting there in Malibu. Let's start with the matches that are now finished. Tennessee finishing off a 7-love victory over Ole Miss. Virginia, as I mentioned, 5-love win for them over Wake Forest. Georgia, even without Trent Bride, their number 1 singles player, able to knock off a top 25 team, although I swear to God they're only a top 25 team because Chris Halliwell says they are, in Mississippi State, Georgia, knocking them off 4-2, getting victories in doubles, number 1, number 2, and number 4 singles. NC State, solid victory for them today. 4-1 win over Virginia Tech to put that, to get their season back on track. And then perhaps the most interesting match going on outside of what we have on our Cracked Racquets broadcast here right now, Florida up 3-love on Texas A&M in College Station. Florida took the doubles point. They then got a 6-4, 6-2 win from Sam Riffis at number 3 singles. Yes, you heard me correctly. Florida playing Sam Riffis at number 3. He earns a 4-2 win over Juan Carlos Aguilar. They also get a very impressive 6-2, 6-4 victory from Blaze Bicknell over Noah Schachter. Interesting where we go from here, though, because right now, Hadi Habib up 2-love over Duarte Valle for Texas A&M at the number 1 singles position. Guido Marson up 7-6 2-all at the number 5 singles position. Right now, it's Lucas Greif serving up 6-3, but down 4-5 in the second set at 6. And then Andy Andrade 7-6. 2-1 lead for him on serve in the second over A&M's Val Vastro. So if you're a Florida fan, you're thinking probably that 2 singles match, maybe Lucas Greif at 6 can get you over the finish line first. If you're Texas A&M, you're going to need 1, 2, 3 set victories now to knock off the Gators here today. This is a fantastic and much needed start for these Florida Gators here against Texas A&M. This is, in my opinion, the best 2 hours of tennis they've played thus far in the 2021 season. So those are your updates from across the board. Again, here in Malibu, it was Pepperdine with the 4-1. It was TCU. I'm so excited for it. All this action, folks. I'm losing track of scores. I'm mixing things up. It was TCU with a 1-0 lead now as they took 6-1 victories at the number 2 and 3 doubles positions. We'll get back to that match momentarily. Super producer Daniel Westoff, you tell me when we're ready to go to the action in LA, because we do have some really fun action. I apologize there. I'm clicking everything at this point. We do have action getting ready to get started in Los Angeles as we have UCLA taking on USC for the second time this season. Lineups posted for the UCLA Bruins. Nice to note that they do have Drew Baird back in the lineup today. Looks like they've got Connor Rapp in the lineup as well, and Patrick Siraj back in the lineup today. So, unfortunately, when we saw them play against the Trojans the first time, it felt like we didn't get to see them with their full deck of players. Still no Govind Nanda, I'll note, in the UCLA lineup today, but should have a very, very fun one on our hands. And Westoff, you tell me when we're ready to go to Los Angeles, when we're ready to head over and start covering that match, because as I am looking right now on court number 1 there, let's see, do we have any match underway yet? It's unclear to me if we do. So again, we're going to keep an eye on that. I don't think the stream has quite started there, but as soon as it does, again, we will be sure to get you over there. In the meantime, again, as we look at this singles lineup, let's set the scene for all of you of what we've got going on here in Pepperdine, TCU. Here are the matchups we're about to see happen. And again, it's some funky cordage. They put, all of the odd court matches are on even courts. All of the even court matches are on odd number courts. So Westoff, just a little bit of a note for you when you're making these court assignments on the broadcast board. Just note that court number 2 is going to be the number 1 singles position. Court number 1 going to be the number 2 singles position, and so on and so forth. I am going to just refer to them not by court number, but by the position they are playing in the lineups. That's just some technical mumbo jumbo from all of you. Here are the matchups we are going to see here today. Looks like at the number 1 singles position, it's going to be Adrian Otzbach for Pepperdine taking on Alistair Gray, who's going back to number 1 after yesterday. He was at the number 2 singles position for the TCU Horned Frogs. So it's going to be Gray at number 1 singles. He's taking on Adrian Otzbach. Looks like they're running back on court right now. So we've got that in store for you on court number 1. On the number 2 singles position for you, it's going to be Guy Den Uden of Pepperdine taking on Luke Famla. So again, at those top 2 positions, you have 4 players who all just saw one another on the doubles court. No secrets between them. Expecting good tennis on courts 1 and 2. At the number 3 singles position, it's going to be Daniel DeJong
taking on Sander Jung. So that should be a fun one on the number 4. At the number 4 singles position, it's going to be Robert Shelton of Pepperdine taking on Thomas Jirasek of TCU. Interesting to note, some singles changes for TCU today. Number 5 is going to be Juan Martin for them, taking on Corrado Sumaraya of Pepperdine. Number 6 going to be Tadeusz Perlek taking on Pietro Feline of Pepperdine. So those are your singles matches. We will keep an eye on that. But with that in mind, Westhoff, let's go over to court number 1 at UCLA, where we've got doubles point underway now. Here on court number 1, because if you've never watched a Keegan Smith service game, you're in for a treat today, folks. And I feel like we're always in for a treat whenever we get the Trojans and the Bruins facing off against one another. Of course, for both of these teams, negotiating COVID protocol has been so difficult early in this season. Trojans fortunate to get to that national indoor event. They're 9-3 thus far. All 3 of those losses coming at the national indoors, where shockingly they were triple crowned. Of course, the 4-1 loss to Illinois on opening night, then 4-3 losses to Texas and TCU, respectfully. Of course, they did not have more Boulis, did the Trojans, their number 4 singles player in the lineup for that national indoor event. So certainly it's been nice for them to have him back. Meanwhile, you look for UCLA. If I told you this UCLA tennis team has played only 4 tennis matches during this 2021 season, if I would have told you that, excuse me, at the start of the year, you would have laughed at me. You would have said, no way. Through 2 months of the year, they only played 4 matches. It's exactly the case for the Bruins, who have really not had much of a chance to flex their lineup muscles this season. Coach Billy Martin back at the helm for the Bruins. Wins over Cal, Loyola Marymount, and UC Santa Barbara. The loss to USC 4-1 on the kickoff weekend. Now, on that occasion, the only point that Bruins were able to secure was, in fact, in doubles. Now, they played that match without Zaraj, without Nanda. Don't think they had Drew Baird that day in the lineup either. But on that day, the Bruins were able to get 6-4 win from Bellamy and Vild at 2, 7-5 from Goldberg and Solokian at 3. I believe we have different doubles duos for both teams now at those 2 and 3 doubles positions. So we'll get over there momentarily. Ooh. That's a cannon from Keegan Smith down the tee.
So deuce point coming. No shock to see the Trojans turn to the number one singles player in the country, Daniel Kucherman, for the return. But a good serve beats a good return every time. That serve, an ace down the tee from Keegan Smith. He holds 4-1 all. Westhoff, if we can now, let's go to court number 2. I know if you're following the scoreboard at home, we don't have a listed duo right now on court number 2. But it is certainly the duo of Drew Baird, the sophomore out of Raleigh. He's partnered with graduate student, transfer from Gonzaga, Sam Fiat. As I believe they take on the USC duo of Moore Boulis and Bradley Fry. Now, normally Fry plays with Stefan Dostanic, the uber talented freshman, second year freshman. So second year. I still has 4 years of eligibility, folks. The nomenclature's unclear to me. But Dostanic did not play in the Trojans win, did not play singles in the Trojans win over TCU. He did play doubles on that occasion with Fry, so I'm going to try and get a better look and see. Maybe that's just an incorrect listing. Although I will say, someone that skinny in the all red might just be more Boulis. I mean, I definitely see Bradley Fry out there. I just don't think that's Dostanic. Either way, it's 40 love for the Trojans. Too good from the USC duo. They hold 4-2-1. Let's go now, if we can, Westhoff, to court number 3, our final matchup here in this Bruins-Trojans doubles point. And again, we will get back over to Malibu to cover some of the singles action between TCU and Pepperdine momentarily. But for now, let's go to, again, court number 3, where we are now. This, to me, is maybe the most interesting doubles pairings Coach Macy could have selected. As we have the number 3 duo of Coulter Smith and Sean Holt. So some second generation, third generation even Trojans here on court who know all too well what this USC-UCLA rivalry means. They hold on a deuce point here and still trail by an early break 1-2 against the UCLA duo of Bryce Pereira, Connor Rapp. It was great getting to see former UCLA Bruin, older brother of one of our 3 doubles players here today, and now volunteer assistant for the Texas Longhorns, Austin Rapp, at the National Indoors. I'd say there's a 16% chance Austin is currently tuning into the stream. If you are, Austin, what's up, buddy? Hope you're doing well. Clearly, you and your Longhorns are all about the drama, as they had, I believe, another 4-3 victory today. But we'll stick here on court number 3 for a hot second, as it's Connor Rapp serving on the near side of your screen. Only break of serve in this match so far coming. Oh, excuse me. There was a break of serve on court number 1. We'll get back there momentarily. So the Bruins with break leads right now at 1 and 3 doubles. By the way, confirmation received. It's good to hear from you, Austin. That's tricky. Really fun point there. Always love the creativity. I've said it before, I'll say it again. The doubles point, the most exciting 30 minutes in all of tennis, in my opinion. Good serve from Rapp. I can't call him Rapp. I have to call him Connor. I'm sorry, folks. (30-15) lead here for the Bruins. It's a good play into the body. Force the returner to make a choice there. Tried to go down the line, clear that highest part of the net. Not able to do it. So triple game point here for the Bruins. Oh, that's tricky. Westhoff, if we can, I'm sorry to pull away from this mid-game. Let's go to court number 1. If we can, quickly go to 1, where I believe we've got a deuce point upcoming. In this service game of Zaraj. Again, that's on court 1, Westhoff, if we can. The break goes to the Bruins. So Kucherman, Smith get that break right back. 2-all here on court number 1. Meanwhile, that game on court 3 ended up going to a deuce point, but Rapp and Pereira managed to get the hold. So 3-1. Bruin lead on 3. It's a 3-1 lead for the Trojans on 2. As Bullis, it is Bullis, I believe, and Fry able to get the break. But we're going to stick here on court number 1 for a little bit. We've got a really fun match here. Keegan Smith, NCAA doubles champion. I think he's the defending NCAA doubles champion, considering he and Cressy won that, I believe, back. He and Max Cressy, to those of you unfamiliar, former UCLA All-American. He and Smith pairing to win the doubles title back in 2019. There were no NCAA individual tournaments in 2020. So technically that makes him the defending champ, I believe. Could be me out there with Zaraj, and we'd still have a chance. Me out there, excuse me, with him in Zaraj's place. Anyways, you get the joke. Big serve from Riley Smith there. And by the way, you see on court the coolest man in all of college tennis. Smooth operator. A man you have to call Chris Quinta, not Chris Quinta, but of course, is it associate head coach now, assistant, whatever the title is. Happy birthday, Coach Quinta. He's either turning 24 or 64. There really is no in between for him, but it is his birthday, so happy birthday, Coach. Big serve there from Riley Smith leads us to 40-30. That's really, really smooth from Daniel Kuperman, who makes everything look easy on a tennis court as he and Smith hold, 4-3-2. Let's go if we can, Westhoff, now back to court number 3. Court number 3, where we've got a deuce point right now.
to decide that the 1-3 service game of, I believe, Coulter Smith. It's a big serve, though, from the Trojan. So Bruins still lead by a break 3-2, but the Trojans able to keep that to a 3-2 deficit. Let's go to court number 2 now if we can, Westhoff. Court number 2. And again, we're going to stick here through the doubles point before we go check out our Pepperdine TCU singles. I promise there's a ton of fun singles action going on over there, but everything right now is still in the first half of the first set over in Malibu, so I don't feel like we're missing too much there. Those matches will still be there for us to enjoy as soon as this doubles point comes done. But, you know, anytime you're trying to pull off an upset, and respectfully to Austin Rapp and all of the Bruins who are watching the stream today, that's what they're trying to do, is pull off an upset. And I know it's never an upset if UCLA beats USC or vice versa, but again, just by the amount of matches played thus far this season, you still don't know what the ideal UCLA lineup really is. We haven't seen Govinanda. We know Keegan Smith's at 1, but beyond that, between Baird and Fight and Goldberg, Solokian, and, you know, Connor Hance is still around, and I'm sure Patrick Zaraj, and I'm sure I'm forgetting others, Roscoe Bellamy, who are thinking to themselves, you know, I belong in the singles lineup this year, and there just haven't been that many repetitions, opportunities for these Bruins and Coach Billy Martin to play his guys. So, again, if you can get momentum here with the doubles point, take a 1-0 lead, particularly given you won the doubles point last time and still weren't able to do it in singles, I think this doubles point is critical for the Bruins here today. And obviously, nice serving from Carrera for 40 Love. Excuse me. Oh. From Fight, I believe. I believe that's Fight serving. So now it's 4-2. Trojans still up a break here on court 2. Yeah, that'll work. Great catch there from Coach Brett Macy on the far right sideline. I see you, Mace. He'll say he's still a basketball player to this day. I think it's safe to say he's more tennis coach than basketball player at this point. Nevertheless, showing off a little athleticism. It's now 15 love for the Trojans. It's a great move. It's a great move from Fight. But he went headhunting. When you go headhunting, you either take the scalp or that ball's going to fly long on you. And on that instance, flies to the long. So now 30 love. By the way, it just feels wrong to see those empty bleachers during this match. I feel like under normal circumstances, probably have close to 1,000 people filling in those UCLA courts. Instead, they, like me, watching at home. Still, 40 love for Bullis and Fry here. Take a 5-2 lead. That ball sails a little long. Westoff, if we can, let's go to court number 1. I know we're mid-game here on court 2, but it looks like Bullis and Farr are going to hold. Can't say the same for sure on court number 1, where Cookerman and Smith have now won 3 straight games, 2 breaks of serve and a hold to take a 4-2 lead over Zaraj and Smith. That's really good from Keegan Smith. On the rise backhand. Just connects on that one beautifully. And you're still waiting for that first big Keegan Smith roar in this match. See the high five between him and Zaraj. They know they can't let this one get away. They're scoreboard watching as much as we are. Still, 2 more break points in the Cookerman service game. That's pretty. I know it looks easy, given it was a floater, but that high floating backhand volley smackdown, I hope you all saw me on your camera there, the smackdown. I don't have the forearm strength to do it. I don't know why I'm pointing to my forearm, but believe me, I don't. It takes a lot of strength. And great volley from Smith. Deuce point now. That will play, folks. Another big backhand rip from Keegan Smith. Catches it perfectly on time. The Bruins get the break back for 3-4 here on court number 1. In the meantime, I guess we can let's go to court number 3 in the meantime while we wait on court number 3. 4-3 right now. Connor Rapp, Bryce Pereira serving. If you're a UCLA Bruin fan, this is the one break of serve you have right now in your back pocket. Here in doubles. Connor likes the call from Pereira. Gets that ball low at the feet of Connor Rapp. Appreciate the gumption of the second serve and volley. It's a really nice return, though, from the Trojans. So now above 30. A reminder, whichever team can take 2 of these 3 double sets earns that all-important doubles point going into singles. It's tough, though. Couple of returns at the feet of Connor Rapp. Now 4 breakpoint chances for the Trojans, and if you're Connor Rapp, more than anything right now, you need to land a first serve. Yeah, that works. Again, doesn't need to be big. The first serve, the right target. Start the point correctly. I was behind a point. Apologies, had to click live there. That's a really nice point from Connor Rapp there, closing the net. And again, the errors earlier in the game, you make those errors so that you get comfortable, and when it is a 30-40 point, you move forward hit the forehand volley like that. Sorry, sometimes I can't help myself. I missed that volley. Huge deuce point here for the Bruins. That hurts, though. Good serves, the better return. Now the Trojans get the break back for 4-all here on court number 3. If we can, Westhoff, quickly go to court number 2. On court number 2 was a deuce point, match point chance for the Trojans that unfortunately ended up for them with a half volley in the net. But Boulos and Fry now going to have the chance to serve for the set on court number 2, 5-3 lead. It looks like it's going to be Fry serving. And in fact, it is Fry serving here now. It's a big return on the body, though, from Drew Baird. Where's that from? Fight. Tough to see, again, on the far side of your camera. Still, you see Coach Brett Macy glued to this number 3 position. 2 position, excuse me. But this is where those lack of repetitions for all of these players come into hand. Can't state enough how many times I've watched this year 5-3 leads blown from, to becoming 5-4 or 5-2 double breaks becoming 5-all. It's just, when you're not playing college tennis as frequently as these kids are used to playing, it's hard to play the pressure moments. So second serve coming here for Fry. Wow. If you're Coach Macy right now, it's deja vu. So the guys talk it through. I form. That's one. Big forehand there from Fry. 3 more break point chances, though, to get us back on serve here at 2. Worth noting, Trojans held at 3, so they now lead there for the first time, 5-4. 4-all, 30-all on 1. Don't look now, folks. But the UCLA Bruins get the break back at 2, 4, 4, 5. Let's go if we can, Westhoff, to court number 1. We're 30-all right now in the 4-all service game of Riley Smith. Now going to be 40-30 here on 1. Smith, a big forehand into the chest of cousin Keegan. Smith able to get his racket on it, but Riley gets the job done, and now 40-30. Big serve down the tee from Smith. So we hold for 5-4 here on court 1. The only action we have going on right now is on court number 3. So let's go back to court 3 if we can, Westhoff. Where after leading for the duration of this set, it is now 5-4, 15-all Trojans. Again, if we can, court number 3, Westhoff, where it's now 15-30 Trojans after a huge couple of missed opportunities for the Bruins in that last rally. Again, Bruins led the duration of the set here on 3. And now find themselves down 3 set points. Smith, Holt. Feels like 6th generation Trojans. The grandfathers built this program. With the chance to take a 6-4 set on 3. Well, it wouldn't have felt right if they got it done on the first chance. Big serve there from Bryce Pereira, 430-40. And again, that's what these Bruins need now more than ever. First serves. Hit your target. Get into your play. Still 30-40. That's awesome. That is awesome. It's better to be lucky than good. Counter-wrap got a little lucky there. Crowded the net. Hands were up. Deuce point now for the Bruins. Great hands from Bryce Pereira to even get his racket on the ball, but the Trojans flipping the script at the number 3 position. They take a 6-4 set. Sean Holt, Coulter Smith making the Trojans proud here today. Let's go if we can now, Westhoff, to court number. Let's go court number 1. We're on court number 1 right now. Fantastic point just played out between the Bruins and the Trojans. A couple of exchanges at the net ultimately led to a Daniel Kucherman on the run lob. And it's now a deuce point set point for USC.
USC takes the double point with wins on courts 1 and 3.
That's why they're the number 1 doubles team in the country, folks. Kucherman, Smith. Wasn't easy for them today, but they do just enough. Take a 6-4 set over the UCLA duo of Keegan Smith and Patrick Zaraj. So that's the doubles point over in LA. If we can now, let's slowly switch things over back to Pepperdine, TCU. And again, we'll get there shortly. Just to quickly finish things off here at UCLA, it was the duo of Holt and Smith with a 6-4 victory at the number 3 position, and then Kucherman and Smith 6-4 at the number 1 position. The Trojans will take a 1-0 lead heading into singles. Right now, here's where things stand with our other Crack Rackets broadcast as we start to get things going, and we will pick things up there on court number 1 with our number 1 singles match, where Adrian Oxback currently leads by a break of serve over Alistair Gray of TCU, except Gray just got the break back, 4-4 all. So it's currently 4-all on court number 1. That's where we're going to kick things off. That's the, there's only been 1 first set thus far in the books, and that first set actually belongs to Pepperdine as Pedro Feline, a 6-1 first set at the number 6 singles position over TCU's today is Paralek. Again, here is where we're at right now elsewhere on the board. It is 4-5. Pepperdine leads Famba, serving up 30 love on one. Sander Jong up 5-2 in his first set against Daniel DeJong of Pepperdine. It's currently 3-all on court on the 4 singles position between Shelton and Jirasek, and then on the 5 singles position, 4-3, Juan Martin leading on serve against Corrado Sumaria. So we really didn't miss too much, folks. In this first hour of singles play between Pepperdine and TCU, we picked things up kind of right where we want to be. As these first sets start to come to the close, it's the first of the inflection points we so often see in a college tennis match. I do just want to quickly note, you'll see on the TCU Pepperdine scoreboard, if that's a link you're watching, that it says court 2 for the number 1 singles match. A reminder, all of the odd singles flights are on even numbered courts. All of the even numbered flights are on odd numbered courts. So when I'm referring to jumping from match to match, I am referring to the singles position. If I say Westhoff, go to 2, Westhoff, go to 3, that doesn't mean we're going to court 2 or 3. It means we're going to singles position number 2, singles position number 3. Of course, we will open things up and go double wide with the action in LA and the action here in Malibu as singles begins to start in that USC UCLA matchup. But for now, let's stick here on court number 1, where Alistair Gray has been so good for his TCU Horned Frogs. An incredible victory for him over Daniel Kucherman to clinch that match for the Horned Frogs. Came back from 5-2 down in the third on that day. Now, yesterday for him was a straight set loss to USC's Riley Smith. And you know he is going to want to bounce back in the right way for his team today. The leader of this roster, Alistair Gray, plays such a clean overall game. Beautiful ball striker, so aggressive with that one-handed backhand. This guy who's going to want to move forward, be at the net, put pressure on his opponents. Again, was trailing by a break just before we turned over to this match. Oh, that's awesome stuff from Adrian Utzbeck, who you can see that big backswing on that forehand. If you give him time, he's going to hit that ball heavy. He's going to move it around the court. And he's given Alistair Gray a lot of trouble here in today's match. Break point chance, by the way, here. Interesting reaction there from Alistair Gray. He won that point and yet still kind of lets out a yell. Some deuce point coming here. Alistair Gray letting his opponent know, hey, you're with the wind. That ball's going to float on you. I appreciate the pointer from him. Seems to indicate this match maybe getting a little chippy here at this number 1 singles position. So we're going to stick around and keep an eye on that. In the meantime, Westhoff, can we go to the number 3 singles position, It's court number 4, but singles position number 3 between Sander Jong and Daniel De Jong of Pepperdine right now. It's 5-3. Sander Jong's serving was 30-40. Still is 30-40, as a matter of fact. Again, that's court number 4, the number 3 singles position. I mean, you can hear the winds just swirling right now in Malibu. Can only imagine the frustrations being felt by these players. Such strong going right to left across your screen. I hope my hand motion's there. Right to left across your screen. I mean, you can see the influence in these shots. Strong crosswind here. Seems to be going from the top of our screen to the bottom as well. So if you're Sander Jong, that play, get in, attack, a great play there. So that's better. That's just better from Daniel De Jong. Inside out backhand there. Not how I would have scripted it. Nevertheless, we stay on serve here. 4-5 now. De Jong at the number 4 position. A lot of tight first sets right now. It's 5-4 on 3 of our 6 courts right now. Juan Martin, Sander Jong, and Alistair Gray, all of TCU leading 5-4, but only Martin is up a break of serve. Meanwhile, it's 4-3 Jirasek at the number 4 singles position. 4-3 40 Love. If we can't watch stuff in the meantime, let's go to court number 2. Court number 2 singles position, but court number 1, but the number 2 singles position, where Luke Famba. I'm just going to confuse myself with these titles. Again, I am just going to refer to them as the singles position. If we can go to the number 2 singles position between Famba and Denu Den. Famba serving 5-6, 30 all. What can be the neutralizing element in a day with swirling winds? Well, a big first serve, and that's obviously what Luke Famba's got for the Horned Frogs. He's been so good for them this season. His only loss coming to Florin Braska of Mississippi State, as well as yesterday against Daniel Kucherman in a third set. I mean, you can hear these winds, folks. He'll take it, though. Kick serve gets the job done. So it's now 6 all here. A breaker's going to decide things on court number 2. See Coach Roditi on court giving his players some coaching advice, telling them to use the forehand, play aggressive here in the wind. Should have mentioned this earlier, but to those of you on the stream who either want to comment in the comment section or reach out to us somehow, I am at Great Shot Pod on Twitter. You can also tweet out to us at Cracked Racquets. Want to give a Florida-Texas A&M update in a moment. We'll stick here again in this breaker. Just got plenty of drama to focus on right now in Malibu. No. It's a good stick from Guy Denudan. Bold move from Famba to go cross there. Easy for me, of course, to say here, but would have thought he had a little bit more court open to him down the line. Still, got the ball low at the feet of Denudan. Udan just able to get his racket on that ball, do just enough with the volley. 2-1 Famba here early on. It's a little bit better there from Luke Famba, who you can tell has just struggled here. To find a rhythm, but has the mini break lead 4-3-1. Tough to tell. Is that ball in or out? What are we thinking? You can hear that in the background. First set going to TCU on court number 4, or excuse me, on the 4 singles position. Jirasek 6-3 over Robert Shelton. TCU a chance to put a couple of first sets on the board here now. 4-2, Famba leading in this breaker. We're going to stick here on this court through the end of this match, of this set, excuse me. But I'll use this chance to give you all a quick update on some of the things going on across the nation. That match I was watching so closely, perhaps our match of the day, Florida in College Station took a 3-love overall lead on Texas A&M. They took the doubles point, then got a win at the number 3 singles position from Sam Riffis, 4-2, the 4 singles position from Blaise Bicknell, 4-2. Currently 3-1 overall. Texas A&M getting a point on the board from their number 1 singles player today, Hadi Habib. 3-set win for him over Duarte Valle. Elsewhere right now, looks like it might be Florida. 5-1 lead for them. Ben Shelton 2 points away from clinching the match on court number 5 for his father and the Gators. 3-1 in the third. A&M leads on court number 6. Also 4-3 Vastro in the second set breaker. He lost the first to Ande Andrade. 7-6. But again, Florida clearly playing their best match of the year in a day when they needed it most. But now back over here, Famba, mini break 4-2 lead. But you can just tell how difficult it is to serve in this wind. And the change of direction leading to a double fault. So now 3-4 Denudan gets that mini break right back. Meanwhile, Sander Jong, 6-4 first set at number 3 singles. So that's set number 2 on the board for the Horned Frogs. Have a chance to put 5 first sets in their pockets if things break right these next few minutes. Yeah, it's one of those days I'd want to crack a racket as well. Just so windy outside, so clearly affecting these players. Mini break back to Luke Famba now, 5-3. We can be honest. It hasn't been the prettiest tennis here in this number 2 singles match. Famba's got 2 serves on his racket now, 2 points on his racket, I should say, to serve out this first set. So now set point for Luke Famba, 6-4. Again, we're going to stick here through the end of these first sets in Malibu before we head back over to LA. But super producer Daniel Westoff, I am going to ask you to be ready to make the switch to LA because interesting start over there. It's a really good tiebreak, though, from Luke Famba. He takes a 7-6 first set to put first set number 4 in the bag for the TCU Horned Frogs. They now get first sets at numbers 2, 3, 4, and 5 singles. Juan Martin closing out a 6-4 set over Corrado Sumaria as we were watching this. So only 1 first set left on the board. Let's stick with that. It's on court number 2. It's the number 1 singles position, Westoff, between Alistair Gray, Adrian Altsbach. Let's go there now. Altsbach's done such a good job with that forehand, keeping Gray uncomfortable, keeping him off of his spot. And he's up 30 love here to try and send this one to a breaker as well. What did he say to him last time? You're downwind, man. It's not the ball to hit if you're Adrian Altsbach. You can tell Alistair Gray, particularly over these last few games, really trying his best to get to the net as frequently as possible. Yeah, that slice is just sitting up like a wounded duck in that wind. Feels like every time he's hit it, Altsbach's had the opportunity to hit the big forehand. We get the breaker we deserve here at the number 1 singles position. Altsbach holds 4-6 all. And as soon as this set wraps up, we'll go back over to Los Angeles, where it is all the UCLA right now, folks, and we'll talk about it momentarily. Here, we're going to stick with this first set through the end of the breaker. Alistair Gray serving on the near side of your screen to put first set number 5 in the pockets of the Horned Frogs today. Early mini break going to Adrian Altsbach. I've seen it happen before. You win the doubles point, you win 4 first sets, you rest on your laurels, and then all of a sudden the team you're playing is going to come back against you. And look, it's certainly a tall task for the Pepperdine team to do. There's no doubt. The match calculator Alistair Gray animated today. A little extra noise, extra energy, picking himself up. Meanwhile, by the way, drama in College Station. 8-7 Andrade leading for Florida. 8-all now for Florida as he looks to put the 4th point on the board in their upset conquest over Texas A&M. Meanwhile, it's a deuce point match point for Ben Shelton at 5 singles. So fun college tennis action happening throughout the country, folks, right now. Here, 1-all in our final first set of this TCU Pepperdine match. Alistair Gray shocked to find that ball dropped in. Meanwhile, Ben Shelton clinches it 4-1 for the Gators. He gets a 6-2 win in the third over Guido Marsan. So that's a big win for the University of Florida. A much needed win for them as they reestablish themselves, or try to reestablish themselves as the team to beat in the SEC. Worth noting today, Pepperdine still playing without one of their big contributors from last season, junior Tim Zweitzogel. I'm sure I butchered his last name there, but Zweitzogel, one of the top contributors for the Waves last season at the number 4 singles position. One of their other biggest contributors to their undefeated run last season was Adrian Utzbach. He now leads 4-2 here as we make the turn. And this is our last first set still in play. First sets on courts 2 through 5 going to the TCU Horned Frogs. Pepperdine is 6-1. Set on court number 6. And at this point, dare I say, it's a little boys 12 seed, but it's working for Adrian Utzbach today. He has found the backhand wing of Alistair Gray. He's preventing him from playing on his front foot, preventing him from being able to hit that big forehand, follow it in. consolidates his mini break. So now 5-2 lead. And again, if you're looking for a flash of momentum in the pan, as a Pepperdine fan, this would be a good place to start. Ugh. Behave, Alistair Gray. Incredible stretch cross-court drop shot volley from Gray. 5 now in the breaker. Good lead from Gray. Does his job. Gets both points, so now 4-5. Meanwhile, we are on serve in second sets everywhere else here in Malibu. It's on court number 5, where Corrado Sumaria 2-love early lead in his second set for Pepperdine over Juan Martin. And 5-4 here for Otzbach and Gray. Otzbach of Pepperdine serving on the near side of your screen. Smart play. Make him hit that pass on the run. It wasn't a perfect approach shot, but he had enough depth, enough pace, enough margin. Able to do just enough, and now he's got himself 2 set points here. How about that for a set point? Adrian Otzbach. He's not going to change the course of the match with one shot, but certainly giving his team the opportunity to fight back. He takes a first set 7-6 over TCU's Alistair Gray, puts a second first set on the board for the Pepperdine Waves. So, quick recap of where we're at here in Malibu before we head over to court number 1 Westhoff in Los Angeles. Right now, 7-6 first set for Pepperdine at number 1 singles, 6-1 first set for them at the number 6 singles position. If you're a TCU fan, you're still feeling pretty good. 6-4 first sets from Sander Jung at 3, Juan Martin at 5. You also got a 6-3 first set from Jirasek at 4, and then a 7-6 first set from Luke Famba at court number 2. Of course, they also took the doubles point. So for TCU, they are sitting fairly pretty right now in their match in Malibu, but certainly the Waves not out of it yet, and they've got plenty of time to fight. Now, in the meantime, let's talk a little bit about the match we've got going on in LA today, Westhoff, because again, we'll go to court number 1 right now, where you should be shocked to learn that Keegan Smith has taken a 6-2 first set over Daniel Kucherman when they played on the kickoff weekend. Daniel Kucherman also dropped a 6-4 first set on that occasion to Keegan Smith. But right now, The first set on the board belongs to the UCLA Bruins. Elsewhere in the match, Drew Baird, 4-all, although he was up big early, but now 4-all in the match at number 2 singles against Riley Smith. No Dostanic in the singles for the Trojans today, as well as not in doubles, as it's Ben Goldberg currently on serve up 4-3 over Morbulis of USC. Again, that match is on serve now. The one place where the Trojans can feel pretty good, Bradley Fried continues his confident play of late. 5-2 lead for him over Sam Friite of UCLA at 4. It's 3-all deuce point on court number 5 between Roscoe Bellamy, Ludwig Vestrate, and then number 6 today, Patrick Siraj. Currently 3-all in his match against USC's Jake Sands. But for now, let's stick here on court number 1, Westhoff, where we have 2 of the top 5 players in the country facing off head-to-head. Daniel Cooperman taking on Keegan Smith of UCLA. Again, no secrets between these two. It's not even their first matchup of the year. They, again, played on the kickoff weekend. That was a 3-set victory for Smith. In fact, I see now, again, takes some of us some time, takes me some time as well to change things over. If we can, Westhoff, can we go to court number 2 in the meantime, that number 2 position where it's currently 4-3, currently 4-all, 30-all in the matchup between Baird and Riley Smith. Again, that's court number 2, Westhoff, if we can. Beautiful. Thank you, as always. As you all can see, I believe that serving metric is incorrect. It's obviously Riley Smith of USC serving at 30-all on the near side of your screen.
They're all brand new.
It's a good shot from Baird. Played to a big target on that return, able to get that ball low at the feet of Riley Smith. Now, he's got double break points. Take a 5-4 lead. Any of you wondering at home, Riley Smith, a 6-3, 6-3 winner over Ben Goldberg. He's now playing 3 singles for the Bruins. Still no Govinanda for UCLA today. He would be lining up at this 2 singles position. Nevertheless, 4-all deuce for my future tax accountant, Riley Smith. That hurts. Volley hits the net tape and bounce back, and Drew Baird gonna have a chance to serve for the set now as he leads 5-4. If we can, Westhoff, let's go to court number 4 right now. Bradley Fry of USC currently leading. Sam Fight, the transfer from Gonzaga, 5-2. They're all here now. Make that 30-40. So now he's got double set point. You can hear in the background a Trojan letting Bradley Fry know they love watching him play. Can't say I mind watching him play either. Also really enjoyed watching fight play on the opening weekend. See that big loopy lefty forehand fight. Can jam him a little bit with pace, and certainly that's what Bradley Fry's got at his disposal. But a deuce point, break point, set point, game point. Quadruple threat here for fight. A reminder, all of these matches, 2 out of 3 sets, no ad scoring. Each singles match worth 1 individual point in the team dual scores. Whichever team can win, get to 4 points first, wins. USC well on the path to 4 points here on court number 4 as Bradley Fry, big return down the line. He earns a 6-2 first set here on 4. Let's go back to court number 2 now, if we can, Westhoff, to see if Drew Baird is going to be able to serve things out against Riley Smith. It's inevitable I mix up the Smiths here. Someone in the background feels it. I assume that's a Trojan saying they feel a break coming. Smith 15-30 here in the Drew Baird service game. It's an interesting error from Riley Smith. Not the sort of unforced one you're looking for here when you trail 5-4 still. 30 all here now. It's a really nice volley, though, from Drew Baird. He's got double set point here to put a second first set in the pockets of the Bruins. That'll work. Drew Baird. 6-4 first set at number 2 singles. That means the Bruins have now taken the first sets at both the 1 and 2 singles positions. Let's go if we can, Westhoff. We're going to stick here in LA. Let's go next to court number 5 right now. On court number 5, Ludwig Vestrate, the freshman for USC. Currently 5-3 down. Currently 5-3 lead, but 40-15 down to Roscoe Bellamy. Bellamy was one of the bright spots for the Bruins in their first matchup with USC. Came back from a big deficit down on that occasion to earn a split set at the number 4 singles position here hold 4-4-5, so West Strait will serve for the set when we come back. Meanwhile, Patrick Zaraj, if we can, Westhoff, let's go to court number 6. As I believe Zaraj able to get the break. Indeed, 4-5-3. He now serves for first set number 3 for the Bruins. And by the way, as you see the passing shot from Jake Sands, don't let that top scoreboard fool you. It's only 1-love USC. It is not 3-love overall. Nothing funky has happened yet on the outer courts to report about, but we'll keep my eye on all of those things. We'll also keep my eye on all of the action in Malibu. And in fact, Westhoff, let me know how long it takes us to switch over between LA and Malibu, because we've got some interesting things going on around there that I do want to keep my eye on. It's currently 1-1 after Pietro Fellin took a straight set victory over Tadeusz Perlek. So Pepperdine on the board there. They've also got 4-1 lead in the second set in the number 5 singles position. They're up a set and a break on court number 1. We're going to keep an eye on that, but let's watch the end of this set here first. Again, it's Zaraj right now, serving for the set for the Bruins on court number 6. Sands gets the break right back, 4-4-5 here on court number 6. If we can, Westhoff, can we go back to court number 5, where Ludwig Weststrait will try his hand at serving out the set for USC. Only one first set in the books thus far for the Trojans. That's Bradley Fry on 4. Meanwhile, Goldberg and Bullis keep battling on 3. Zaraj and Sands battling on 6. And again, those first sets already in the pockets of the Bruins on courts 1 and 2. So if you're head coach Brett Macy, you could really appreciate a Ludwig Weststrait hold the serve right here. But instead, as it seems like we see everywhere, going to be 2 break point chances for Bellamy here. Excuse me, 30-all. Incorrect scoreboard. My bad. 30-all.
Go, Trojan!
Oh, little foreshadowing, though, as that passing shot drops in. So now 40-30 here. Or 30-40, excuse me. In Ludwig Weststrait's service game. Again, the birthday boy, Chris Quinta, walking his way across the court. That ball Sails long from Bellamy, so now deuce point. Set point going to decide things. It's a huge point from Bellamy. Earns the break, stays alive in the first set here on court number 5. Meanwhile, it looks like Sands is about to hold 4-5 all as well. More Bullis has just secured his first break of serve at number 3, so he now will serve for the set up 6-5. It's an inflection point right now here in this match. Let's stick. Here on court number 5, just a moment longer. So a huge deuce point coming up now. Feels like the Trojans just cannot get these net tapes to go in their favor right now. It's a huge swing for Roscoe Bellamy. Goes from down 5-4, facing the gauntlet of dropping the set, to now up 6-5. And in position to take the set. It's 6-5 UCLA on both courts, 5 and 6. We're on serve on both courts. Let's go to court number 3, though, Westhoff. We haven't checked in yet on this Moore Bullis Ben Goldberg matchup. Currently 6-all in the first set here. Tiebreaker to decide things. Meanwhile, again, as soon as these first sets are done, we're going to switch over to Malibu, where Pepperdine is making moves across the board. Looks like we're going to get some bonus time there, so we'll head back there momentarily. Here, just again, want to stick through the end. It is the witching hour before these first sets. Goldberg currently up. Mini break 2 love. You see him bouncing. That's Ben Goldberg to a T. Gonna make so many extra balls. Give you everything he's got. Big fist pump. As that was a poor choice from Moore Bullis. Kind of waited an extra split second before coming in. Had he moved forward from the jump, he takes that ball out of the air instead of has a half volley. Still double mini break, 3 love lead for Goldberg. Meanwhile, West Strait, Sands, both up 30-15 in their 5-6 service game. So it looks like we could have a couple of breakers here. Some critical breakers as well. UCLA having banked 2 first sets already at 1 and 2. The Trojans a first set at 4. Of course, all of this happening without. Oh, that's pretty, though, from Moore Bullis. Of course, all of this happening today without Govinanda for the Bruins, without Stefan Dostanic, Ryder Jackson for the Trojans. Interesting. Meanwhile, 5-4 leads for Pepperdine across the board in some second sets. Interesting hour of college tennis right now across the country. We're going to stay here, and then we're going to head back over to Pepperdine.
Come on, right here. Let's go. Come on, right here. Let's go. Right here.
So we'll make the turn here on court number 3. 3-all now for Goldberg and Bowles. Can we, Westhoff, go to court number 5? If we can, please. We're currently, it's a deuce point deciding point.
Right here, come on.
Again, court number 5 here between Weststrait and Bellamy. Also a deuce point deciding point on court number 6, which is on the top left of your screen. So just a couple of things to keep in mind. That's awesome stuff. Roscoe Bellamy was down 3-5, folks. He now puts a third first set on the board for the Bruins. 7-5 on court 5. Let's go to court number 6, Westhoff, if we can. Deuce point right now. Another set point for Patrick Siraj. Second serve coming from Sands. This would be first set number 4, meaning the upset recipe officially underway for the Bruins. And in fact, I believe that was a double fault to give Siraj the set. So, 7-5 first set to UCLA. They take 4 first sets, folks. And the upset bid officially underway here in Los Angeles. Let's go back to court number 3. More Bullis went down an early 3-1 deficit in his breaker against Ben Goldberg. This breaker now monumental for the Trojans. Of course, they still can come back. If you drop a couple, 5 first sets, you absolutely still can come back, particularly given they took the doubles point. And, it feels like this Trojan team, all they do is play dramatic matches here this season. But you can see Coach Macy there on the left side on the fence. Certainly he's feeling some anxiety now as he looks across the board for his team. Meanwhile, if you're Ben Goldberg here for UCLA, you swing freely. You've got 4 first sets in the pocket. Facing a more Bullis who is still trying to find his legs after he missed the early parts of this 2021 season. Crazy developments here in Los Angeles. So now double set point for UCLA's Ben Goldberg. I believe that's Bullis hitting his racket against the back fence. You can't blame him now. He's 1 point away from gifting UCLA a 5th first set in their matchup today. Well, that'll work. And again, for this USC team, no Stefan Dostanic in the lineup for them. He usually is their number 3 singles, number 2 doubles player. Not going to say they're without Ryder Jackson because he's been on and off in the lineup for them this season, but not in the lineup for them today. Meanwhile, you think about some of the losses. They take the huge lead they had over Texas, the huge lead they had over TCU.
Come on. Let's go.
Huge roar from Ben Goldberg. Lob goes over the head of Morbolis. 5 first sets for these UCLA Bruins. And if you're a Trojan fan, you are scratching your head. 4-love victory over TCU on Friday. Yes, no Dostanich, but you beat this team 4-1 fairly comfortably during the kickoff weekend. I know everyone's going to say it, but it's a rivalry match, and rivalry matches are always a little something extra. There's no denying that, but there's also no denying that no one could have expected the Bruins to take 5 first sets, and in fact, that's exactly what they do here today. Westhoff, if we can, now's the time for us to switch back to Malibu, where Pepperdine has dominated the past 30 minutes of play going on across the board. You look for them, and I mentioned this a little bit earlier. Pepperdine tied this match at 1-all when they earned a 6-1, 6-4 victory, at the number 6 singles position. They've also earned second sets on courts 3 and 4. Sander Jong dropping a 6-4 set to Daniel DeJong of Pepperdine. Robert Shelton dropping taking a 6-3 second set over Jirasek at 4. Now TCU still has a pathway to a couple of straight set victories. Juan Martin 6-4, but just got the break back 4-5 on court number 5. Luke Famba 7-6, 5-6. They're on serve on court number 2. Alistair Gray was down an early break, but you see here on your screen now 6-7, 40-15 for Gray here on court number 1. Make that 4-3 Gray now here on court 1. If we can, stop, let's go to court number 2 now, or excuse me, court number 1, that number 2 singles position. Famba, Denuden. Again, at a minimum now, TCU going to need to win 1 3-set match. So we still got a healthy amount of time left in this one. But again, Westhoff, if we can, court number 1, that number 2 singles position right now. Famba taking on Denuden. We'll keep an eye on the action in LA as well. Hop back over there should any of those second sets near conclusion. Does look like Bradley Fry is going to put a quick 2-0 point on the board for the Trojans at 4. So we're going to let that one slide, stay here in Malibu for a little bit. I hope you guys hear that, though. And that sound you hear right now on your screen is silence. When we were here in Malibu about an hour and a half ago, gusting winds going across these courts. Really can't hear that right now in this Famba Denuden match.
Come on, G.
When we last watched this match, it's a very broken match. Not a lot of rhythm for either of these players. A lot of first ball errors. Always helps when you can hit the farm bomb. And you hear Coach Roditi telling him, you want to do that again, I would certainly appreciate it. This TCU team again, currently number 5 in the country, 7-3 overall. Lost 4-love to USC just on Friday. It was a tough national indoor weekend for them as well. Now again, Fernley was injured, Paralek was injured, Jirasek was injured. They were all banged up. But they played 4-3 matches, 2 of them losses against Virginia and Tennessee. The other one, the 4-3 comeback from behind victory against the USC Trojans. lots of indoor tennis, and a pretty successful start. Again, if you told Coach Roditi those were going to be his first few months of the season, he'd already banked the win over Baylor, he'd probably be pretty happy. Probably not thrilled with his team's second set performances today either. Big serving from Famba, though. Gets us to 6-all here. So a tiebreaker. Going to decide things on court number 2. Alistair Gray, by the way, 5-3 lead now on court number 1. So it looks like that match might be going the distance. If we can, though, Westhoff, because this breaker's not going anywhere, let's go to court number 6, that number 5 singles position, where Juan Martin, 6-4, 4-5, 30-all. He's one of the few players right now, along with Famba, who can still deliver a couple of straight set victories for the Horned Frogs. All second serve coming from Juan Martin on the far side of your camera. But it goes into the net. So Corrado Sumaria, the junior from Italy. A chance to tie this match at a set. Send a third match to a deciding third set in this battle. The inside in forehand from Juan Martin sails long. Pedrado Sumaria, 6-4 second set. So 3 splits now on the 3, 4, and 5 singles positions in this match. Let's go back to the court still in our second sets, and we'll start with Alistair Gray for the number 1 singles position. Westhoff, Gray right now 5-3 lead in the second set as he looks to earn the split against Adrian Otzbach. Otzbach going to have a game point here, 2 game points, to force Gray to serve it out at 5-4. And if you're Coach Schachterly, this is the performance you expected from your Pepperdine Waves this season. Again, they're playing today's match without junior Tim Zietvogel, who'd be lining up probably at the 5 position for them, maybe the 6. Still really don't have their full team available, haven't, I should say, this entire season, and yet they are playing these number 5 ranked Horned Frogs very close here in Malibu today. Pretty. It's really nice from Adrian Otzbach. Again, TCU still going to have a chance to serve for the set. Alistair Gray when we come back up 5-4. A good hold from Otzbach to keep the pressure on. Let's go back to court number 2 singles. Westhoff right now. Famba, Denuden. Again, if Pepperdine can take this match, now it literally is a toss-up. If take this set, 1-all, likely 5 third sets to decide this thing. We'll see if Guy Denuden, who is down early 2-love in the breaker, Awesome. It's really, really, really good from Guy Denuden. Gets Vamba stretched on that backhand wing, then just, again, a little misdirection when he gets the short ball, goes with the drop shot, which was not what Vamba was anticipating, and now he still leads by a mini break 4-2. Meanwhile, Bradley Fry did end up putting a second point on the board for the Trojans pretty quickly. 6-2, 6-3 victory for USC on court number 4, so they lead 2-love over UCLA. Nothing else too close to the finish line yet. Number 1 singles position inching closer, number 2 singles position inching closer, so we'll keep an eye on that, particularly early in the third sets here, but want to stick through this Vamba Denuden breaker. Be extraordinarily helpful for TCU if they can snag this match from Vamba, finish it in straight sets, focus on the third set efforts elsewhere. Meanwhile, if you're Pepperdine, Coach Schachterly, the Waves, they've scrapped so well here over these last 45 minutes, competing on all 6 flights, taking the win at number 6 singles and straights. Everything going the way of the Waves right now. Denuden finding the line with that forehand pass. So now, bunch of set points send us to a third. Hell of an effort from Denuden just to track that ball down. And again, my groin hurts just seeing him slide into that forehand. Nevertheless, kind of shocked right now, certainly. Pepperdine coming on strong, so strong here over these past 45 minutes. The question is, can they keep this push going for the additional 40 minutes they're going to need to pull off the upset today? Scoreboard updates suggest maybe not. We'll get there momentarily. I've said it already this match. You pay for the frame. That's what Luke Vamba uses. Another set point fought off. Now, of course, Denuden's going to get an additional set point on his serve no matter what. Ooh, that is worth noting. By the way, a couple of fascinating developments over in LA. As soon as this set is over, Westhoff, I'm going to ask you to get ready to take us to court number 1 in Los Angeles. Again, after this set, court number 1 in Los Angeles. Guy Denuden is everywhere, folks. But so is the 6'6" wingspan of Luke Famba. I hope me extending my arms gives you some sort of facsimile of what it's like to try and pass him at the net. 3 set points fought off. And you can hear, I believe that's Coach Shackley saying, same mindset, got to be ready to grind here on this point. There it is. Big wave yell for Guy Denuden as he takes a 7-6 second set. And folks, we're going to have 5 3-set matches on our hands in Malibu as Pepperdine, TCU, by every definition of the phrase, going the distance in their dual match today. Again, Westhoff's getting it all prepared as we take you over to court number 1 in Los Angeles. Court number 1, it's 6-2, 6-5, 30 all on the serve of Keegan Smith as he looks to put the first point on the board for the Bruins. The Bruins currently trailing 2-love in their match against USC, but took 5 first sets in singles over the Trojans. Let me rephrase that, restate that for you in case you don't believe me. 5 first sets over the Trojans in their battle. You see here now, huge kick serve from Keegan Smith. 30 all now. He is 2 points away. You look on court number 2 right now. Drew Baird, by the way, we missed it, but Drew Baird just put a 6-3, 6-4 victory over Riley Smith on the board. So it's 2-1 there. 7-6 for love. Ben Goldberg at number 3. So don't look now, folks. I don't know what to say. It's just one of those days, one of those years in college tennis. The lack of continuity, or perhaps the abundance of continuity for some of these rosters, the lack of playing time. Double match point for Smith. Well, that's one way to fight off a match point. And if it's not going to be Kucherman, who delivered the goods for them, by the way, in the dual match, and when they played earlier in the season, it was a 4-1 decision for the Trojans, but things were tightening up on the remaining courts. Kucherman getting that win really kind of stemming the bleeding for the Trojans on that day. That match could have easily have been 4-3. Huge second serve coming for Smith. And you hear the roar. Keegan Smith, 6-2, 7-5 victory over Daniel Kucherman. These two longtime friends. No love lost. After that matchup, that's just a well-respected battle. But now it's 2-1 Bruins. Let's go to court number 3 if we can, Westhoff. Ben Goldberg, closest to the finish line. 7-6 4-love victory. And by the way, if USC is going to win this match now, they're going to need 2 3-set victories, probably at the 5 and 6 singles positions, where Ludwig Vestrate currently up on Roscoe Bellamy 3-1 in the second. Vestrate was up 5-3 in that first set on 5. It's also 7-5 2-all. Patrick Zaraj leading Jake Sands at 6. But again, for now, Westhoff, if we can, let's go to court number 3, excuse me, where Ben Goldberg 7-6 4-love up on Morbulis. And again, if you are USC head coach Brett Macy or the birthday boy, associate head coach Chris Quinta, you are scratching your head at what is happening to your Trojan team today, particularly after the Friday they had against TCU. Although, looking at what TCU is doing with Pepperdine right now, parity's the name of the game, folks. That's the story of this 2021 college tennis season. TCU played entirely 4-3 matches against Tennessee, against Virginia, against USC at the National Indoors. Now they're playing 5 3-set singles matches against Pepperdine on the road in Malibu. The story of this year is anyone can beat anyone. By the way, a huge shout out to all of you who have followed along with us, to any of you who are commenting in the chat. I know I see a lot of Scott Bancal. Scotty, always a pleasure to be joined by you. Thank you for commentating, my friend. Some of you may be wondering, where is the mole I usually have attached to my face? My lesser half, aka Chris Halioris. Chris currently on the road to visit his nephew, Trevor Fauché. Oh, by the way, I apologize. We sat here during this changeover for a hot sec, 4-1, I believe. Bullis now trailing in that second set. I believe 4-1. Or is this just the longest point in history? Am I missing something here? Anyways, in the meantime, while we wait, I don't know where these guys disappeared to. Maybe they're looking for a ball. Chair umpire's out of his chair. Is it a double bathroom break? Is that what we're missing here? I'm not sure. I was trying to figure that out. In the meantime, Westhoff, let's go to court number 5, please. Court number 5 right now. Ludwig Vestrate, 4-1 lead in the second set over Roscoe Bellamy. Again, he led 5-3 in that first set, had a chance to serve for the match. Set actually had set point on a couple of deuce points. So we'll lock in here on Vestrate for the time being. I think Goldberg's back. Bullis is back. Was that a medical timeout? Might have been a medical timeout, for the record, on court number 3. But in the meantime, we'll stick here on 5. Vestrate serving 4-1. Also going to keep my eye on the action in Malibu. Couple of big leads for TCU on courts 3 and 4 in third sets there. Well, that's a forehand from Roscoe Bellamy. Even via camera, it sounded a little different. By the way, to those of you curious, currently 2-all in this USC-UCLA match. Trojans taking a doubles point. Then a victory from Bradley Fry in straights at the number 4 singles position. Bruins without Govinanda still sweeping the top 2 flights from the Trojans. It was 5 first sets for USC. Coach Macy, little advice to his player. Give me a high percentage first serve. But yeah. I mean, it's just one of those games for Roscoe Bellamy. Seems to just have a clean read on the Vestrate serve and just 4 break points. And we're going to stick here through the end of this changeover. Then we're going to head back to Malibu as we want to see some of those third sets in action. Feels like we still got a comfortable another hour, I'll say, in this USC-UCLA match. So the break goes to Bellamy. West Straight still up a break, 4-2 here in the second, but Roscoe gets one of them back. If you're a Bruin fan, meanwhile, 4-1, Ben Goldberg leads by a set and a break, a double break maybe, on court number 3. Meanwhile, if you can just protect one of your leads on court 5 or 6, you've got yourself an upset. There's no way that was an overrule. I think it was an overrule. Wow. See what the scoreboard says. If they played a let there, maybe. There's no way that was no rule. Meanwhile, Ben Goldberg looks like he's about to extend his lead to 5-1 on court number 3. We'll hop over to that one after this game. Always love a let cord serve. Adds to the drama here in college tennis. Now 2 game points for Bellamy. And still shocked at that overrule. I don't even think Bellamy was looking for the ball to be called in. But that'll do for Roscoe Bellamy. 2-game swing goes his way. West Straight still leading by a break, 4-3 here on court 5. If we can, West Off, let's go back to court number 3. Ben Goldberg, 40-15. 3 game points to extend his lead to 5-1 here on court number 3. And Bullis just says he struggled still. And I will continue to point out for more Bullis. And you see, I believe, volunteer assistant coach Ray Sarmiento there walking across the courts. But between injuries, various health things, more Bullis has not played the amount of tennis he is accustomed to thus far early in the season. You know who one of the worst people to play would be if you don't quite have your legs under you? Ben Goldberg, who has put so much pressure on Bullis, so much momentum when he took that first set breaker, has really just jumped on Bullis ever since. Ridiculous return there, but nice +1 ball to get us to 15 love. Again, after this game, we're going to head back to Malibu. See what's going on in TCU. And Pepperdine. 30 love here. Actually, West Stuff, if we can, let's start that transition back to Malibu now, because we've got a couple of critical games I'd want to see over there. If we can, in particular, let's go to the 3 singles position in that TCU Pepperdine match, where it's Zhang and De Jong. playing there as well, with all due respect, even if more Bullis takes this game. Bullis, excuse me. We'll come back to it as things get interesting. But again, if we can, Westhoff. Number 3 singles. In Malibu.
Come on, come on.
Okay, we are back here now in this battle between Zhang and DeJong. Sander Zhang currently leading 4-1 here in the third. Now 4-2. The lead. That 4-2 break of serve lead. In fact, it is, as you see Zhang serving now in the purple hat. Appreciate that. Let us know which team is which on the near side of your screen. They call Sander Zhang the landlord, because when you're on the court with him, you're paying him rent. By the way, I'm keeping my eye on that Goldberg match. Roscoe Bellamy, I think, immediately got the break back, by the way, so 4-all. So honestly, Westhoff, after this game, I can't believe I'm saying this, and I apologize to you. I'm going to get a stern talking to as soon as we are off the broadcast. But if you can queue up that UCLA-USC match, we may be closer to the finish line there, as I have spit on my lip, I apologize, than we are to the finish line here in a match that started 30 minutes sooner. It's funny how college tennis can work that way. Sometimes it does. Again, apologies to any Pepperdine and TCU fans tuning in. My expectations, particularly after the first hour and a half of singles, was that we were going to get to enjoy these third sets as that USC-UCLA match sorted itself out. But UCLA, a business trip today right now. And it's fitting, right? The day started in Nur Sultan with Mackie McDonald earning another challenger title, the former UCLA NCAA singles champion. Straight set winner over Yuri Rodionov. Now his Bruins looking like they're about to get perhaps a 4-2 victory over the USC Trojans. So with that in mind, Westhoff, 5-2 Sander Zhang here. Let's go back to court number 3 in LA. Court number 3, where Ben Goldberg, 7-6, 5-2 lead for him over Moore Bullis. Now, of course, Trojans aren't going anywhere, right? And you know they're going to keep scrapping. It's currently 15-30 Bullis in the service game of Ben Goldberg, and I believe we are back there now. Shout out to you, super producer Daniel Westhoff. This is the coolest part of these Redzone broadcasts, when we do have inflection points at a couple of different spots across the country. By the way, it did indeed. Roscoe Bellamy got the break back, so now 4-all on court number 5. Patrick Zaraj, 2-game swing for him, so he's up 4-3 on court number 6. And Ben Goldberg now 2 points away here on court number 3 from giving a Govind-Nandaless UCLA Bruins the top 3 singles positions over the USC Trojans. Now, the Trojans without Stefan Dostanic today. And again, we've talked about this throughout the broadcast. The more Bullis we see in May is certain to be tougher than the more Bullis we see right now. But win like this from UCLA would just continue to add to the many paradoxes we've seen emerge in this 2021 college tennis season. Match point, Goldberg. Austin, referring to Austin Rapp. If you're still watching, I think your Bruins are delivering the goods today. Ben Goldberg, 7-6, 6-2, kisses the court as well. 3-2, Bruins now lead over USC. Let's go to court number 5, Westhoff, where right now, Ludwig Westrate, who led 5-3 in his first set over Roscoe Bellamy, believe actually just got the break back 4-5-4, so he's going to have the chance to extend the match there. But that's not going to matter for the Trojans if they can't get things together at court number 6. Let's go to court number 6, actually, Westhoff, if we can right now, where Patrick Zaraj, the Z-Man, Big Z, Big Patty, as they call him in LA, 7-5, 4-3 lead. 15-30, excuse me, in the service game of USC's Jake Sands. Sands led 3-2, has dropped the past 2 games. Now, Big Daddy Z did not play in the initial USC-UCLA battle of a few weeks ago. By the way, neither did Jake Sands on that occasion. So it's a brand new matchup here at 6. 30 all here. Ball drops in for Patrick Zaraj. Those are the shots you need to land when you're trying to pull off the upset. Zaraj now, double break chance. 2 matches left on court. UCLA leading 3-2 overall. They only need one of them. This could be the one. Trojans going to need 3-set comebacks on both 5 and 6. They've done it before. They can do it again, but Zaraj here, huge opportunity. It's too good from Jake Sands. It's the mind on the money on the mind. Big inside in forehand. Monumental deuce point here in this match. You know Coach Quinta, birthday boy, telling him, give me a first serve here, Jake.
Okay, yeah, I figured there's a match you'd show up for that.
Big roar from the Trojan faithful. Was only one deuce point, but it felt like a do or die deuce point for the Trojans. Sands holding for 4 all. Meanwhile, 2 more set points coming up for Ludwig Westrate at the number 5 position. We'll hop over there momentarily. Actually, if we can, Westhoff, let's just hop over to 5 quickly. Still early on here in this game. We'll get back to it. But on court number 5 right now, Westrate 2 more set points on his serve, had set points in set number 1. Trojans will need to flip both. They want to win this match. There's the set to USC. They need them both. They need to win everything from here on in. They get the first half they need. West straight. 6-4 second set on court number 5. We're going the distance there. Let's go back to 6, Westhoff. Big Daddy Z, Patrick Zaraj, 7-5, 4-all. Love 15, he's serving. If you're UCLA head coach Billy Martin, who you can see there on the sideline, this is certainly one of the guys you feel confident in. Zaraj, the junior out of Germany, played a ton of big matches throughout his time. I believe clinched a match over USC. Was it 2019? I think he clinched that match 7-6 in the third. It was in 2019 over Riley Smith. So if you're a UCLA fan, you've got a known Trojan killer. But Jake Sands got a little killing of his own in him. Big backhand at the body of Zaraj. Now 15-30. Meanwhile, over in Malibu, Sander Jong closes out his match 6-2 over Daniel DeJong. So it is 2-1 TCU, although upsets brewing on courts 1 and 2 there. 4-love lead for Pepperdine on number 1 singles, 3-1 lead at number 2. Things still tight at those 4 and 5 positions. So again, I don't want to take you away from this game in particular. We're going to stick through the end of this Zaraj, probably set, given that he's the one to clinch. But Westhoff, if you think we're going to have time in between, if after this game on the changeover, you can go to court number 4 singles over in Malibu, it would be much appreciated for me. Wow!
It was busy over there today. I know. It's okay. Thank you. Okay.
Wow. Jake Sands pleading his case to Patrick Zaraj. Patrick Zaraj saying, you can say whatever you want. I called that ball out. Coach Quinta, the entire team imploring. Oh, wow. Now we've got some spice, folks. That ball off the back of the line. I think. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. So a deuce point to decide this game. We're going back to the ad side. That feels fitting. Oh boy. Patrick Zaraj, just a little too solid there. Jake Sands dumping that backhand in the net. So 5-4 Zaraj leads. Sands going to serve to survive here on court number 6 for USC. If we can, Westoff, in the meantime, quickly, let's go to court number 4 in Pepperdine. Can we do that? Can we go to 4 at Pepperdine? He'll let me know if we can, because in the meantime, Tomas Jirasek, 5-3 in his third set at that 4 singles position. You're a beast, Westoff. Shout out to you as always. It's 2-1 TCU now. They really would like Jirasek to put this point on the board quickly for them, because should Jirasek do it, that will give them a 3-1 lead overall in the dual match. However, TCU currently trailing by a break of serve, 3-2 on court 2 by a break of serve, 4-1 on court 1, and by a break of serve, 4-2 on court 5. So Pepperdine has the breaks they need if they can just hold on to those breaks to take this upset over TCU. That's why it's so important for the Horned Frogs. Get this point on the board, then they can go focus on their leaders at the top of the lineup, and then on Juan Martin on court 5. But right here, Shelton's got a couple of game points to, again, put the pressure on Jirasek, force him to serve things out. Drama across the board, folks. And of course, we'll get back to that Zaraj match the moment they get back on court. And in fact, they are back on court. So this might just be a 1-point venture. I don't want us to miss a potential dual match clinching moment. So Westoff, after this, let's go back to 6 at UCLA. But figured you all wanted to watch a little TCU Pepperdine for a hot second. I apologize to Jirasek and Shelton. We'll have to get back to it. They're back on court in LA, Westoff, when we can. Let's go to court number 6. Patrick Zaraj took the first point, so it's love 15 there. Second serve coming for Jake Sands. Don't want you guys to miss any of that action, as that is the potential clinching court. And a +1 forehand for Sands just went into the net as well. So it's love 30 there. Again, Westoff, let me know when we're back on court 6. We are on 6. You're a beast. This is the one for all the money, and you see Chris Quinta there looking at his Trojans, just saying, stay calm, stay focused. Ignore the fact, the rivalry, ignore everything else. First serve, big target. That would be exactly what Coach Quinta would have asked him to do. Big first serve into the body, give yourself margin on that +1 forehand. Now Jake Sands executes that one perfectly. Zaraj still 2 points away. 15-30 now. It's too easy. Textbook stuff from Jake Sands. Love 30 becomes 30 all. And again, that's high percentage tennis. Yes, he ended that point at the net, but was there a single decision there from Jake Sands that was head scratching? No. +1 forehand to change directions. Cross court when the moment opens up for itself. Cross court volley put away. 30 all. Couple of questions in the comments that I want to get to momentarily. Let's focus in though. Jake Sands, 2 game points here to extend this match. That's an awesome game from Jake Sands, who responds from a love 30 deficit. Big high five, pat on the back from head coach Brett Macy. Makes his first serve. Hits the forehand to the big target, closes the net. That's outstanding stuff from the Trojan 4-5 ball. Meanwhile, a couple of questions in the comments. Is Govinanda supposed to come back? Figure he's out now. He's out the whole year. Alex Moore, that's not how I would view things. You got to keep in mind COVID protocols for all of these teams. There's certain medical bars each of these players have to clear. There's also the fact that these coaches don't want to put their players in a position to fail, don't want to bring them back before they are ready. So no, even though we don't see Govinanda in this rivalry match, we will continue to hopefully see him later on in the year. It's really nice from Patrick Siraj. And again, I do feel bad because the action really heating up in Malibu. You know what? I'm sorry, Patrick Siraj. I'm sorry, USC, UCLA fans. This is one of the toughest parts about doing these Red Zone broadcasts. There's a lot of fun action that happens around the country. It's 15-all here. We'll get back to it. And eventually we're going to work in a split screen function where we can watch multiple matches going simultaneously. If we can do that right now, Westhoff, at a couple of different sites, let me know. I don't think we can do that quite yet. In fact, he gave me the no. That is still one of the functions we're developing. So we'll bring that back at some point this season. But I don't want us to miss a potential set clinching game. So in the meantime, Westhoff, if we can, let's go back to Malibu for now, where Thomas Jirasek is serving up 5-4 in the third, love 30 against Robert Shelton. Meanwhile, and we are back here in Pepperdine. Shout out to you, Westhoff. You are a freaking beast. You just made that drive from Los Angeles to Malibu, even though we got stuck on the I always forget the 405s or whatever they're called, the interstates in Los Angeles. Nevertheless, Pepperdine in a pretty good spot right now. Down on this court, but again, 5-2 lead at 1, 4-3 break lead at 2, 5-3 break lead. They're serving for it at 6. There's a world where Pepperdine wins this match in the next 3 minutes. So we're going to stick here for those 3 minutes. Because shout out to Coach Schachterly and the Pepperdine program. No issues in letting us do this Cracked Racquets Red Zone. This is how we say thank you for that. Again, I'm going to be monitoring the other scoreboards. I'll let you know if we get close to a match point on any of our other 4 remaining courts. TCU took doubles and got a 3-set win from Sandra Jong at 3. The only straight set match in this one, a 6-single straight set victory. By the way, 5-all deuce point right now on court 6 in Los Angeles. I apologize, we don't have that one for you. Trying to cover this action here in Malibu for the time being. Break point now for the Waves here, and if they can get that break here, now things are particularly perilous. You can hear Coach Schachterly just telling his players, stay in the moment. Let it all unfold in the moment. Don't get ahead of yourself. Meanwhile, Ludwig Vestrate cruising for USC at the number 6 position, by the way. 3-love lead for him. Jake Sands gets the break for 6-5 on court number 6. So how quickly the tides turn. And there's a chance where we get an hour-long coverage of Patrick Siraj. and Jake Sands. So we're going to, again, I'll keep an eye on that. But you see Shelton with the break here, 4-5 off. We can Westhoff. Let's go to court number 6 right now. Let's go to court number 6 right now. Excuse me, court number 5, excuse me. The 5 singles position here. 5 singles for Pepperdine and TCU. Here at this 5 singles position, it's Samaria serving for the match against TCU's Juan Martin. This would be the biggest UTR upset of the day across any of the positions. Actually, it wouldn't be, but we'll get to that momentarily. Well, how about that for our first point, folks? Juan Martin scrapping, clawing. He's got 3 break point chances now. Get us back on serve here. And again, it's very easy to get to that 5th game. Much more difficult to win that 6th and final one. Puts you over the hump in the set. And I know we're close to game point here, and I apologize for doing this, but Westhoff, if you can go to court number 1 right now, that number 1 singles battle between Alistair Gray and Adrian Utzbach. Utzbach serving for the match 30-15. He's 2 points away. I just got my first text of the day from Chris Halioris expressing some jealousy. I'd say there's a 12% chance he tries that force his way onto the stream. But we're going to boot him out. If you're not with us from the beginning, we're not going to let you on now. Triple match point for Utzbach here to tie us up at 2-all. Make this upset really start to feel like a reality for the Waves. Yeah, that serve was out. Sorry, Adrian. No, that serve was out.
Let's go, Geese! One!
That's why you build a 40-15 lead, folks. Double fault. So now 40-30. Meanwhile, sorry. Westhoff, if you can immediately after this go to UCLA. We have a set point for Jake Sands. Want to watch that set point if we can. Deuce point here now. Yes, I would wait. Well, let's wait for the deuce point. We've come too far now here in this TCU game. This is just, unfortunately, something that happens when you have this sort of action across the board. But again, as soon as this deuce point's over, we're going to get you back to Los Angeles for that UCLA USC deuce point deciding point for that 6 singles. The break goes to Alistair Gray. What a break there. So TCU stays alive if we can. Westhoff again. Let's go to court number 6. Los Angeles is where it's at. 5-6. Deuce point upcoming in the Patrick Zaraj Jake Sands service game. It is currently going on the deuce side. Again, shout out to you, Westhoff. You're a beast. Sands serving here, another set point. And he gets it done. Huge Trojan roar as they are going the distance on court number 6. Meanwhile, it's 4-love West Strait on court number 5. Drama across the board, folks, as we try and keep up. Let's go back, if we can, Westhoff, to Malibu. Clearly, we're going to get at least another 30 to 45 minutes of fun in Los Angeles. And I apologize if my commentating ruined any of your, again, we're trying to figure out the timing here perfectly. Super producer Daniel Westhoff on the 1s and 2s, doing his thing. Meanwhile, let's go back, if we can, Westhoff, to court number, well, let's see. We've had a couple of turnarounds. So, Corrado Sumaria, 6-3 third set. He ends up closing out Juan Martin, so it's now 2-all. Let's go to court number 2, if we can, Westhoff, the number 2 singles position. I apologize, at the TCU Pepperdine match. It's currently Guy Den Uden serving up 5-4. To put a 3-2 lead on the board for Pepperdine. They might really, again, keep in mind, Adrian Otzbach just had 3 match points on court number 1. Had he finished the line here, this would be Guy Den Uden serving for the match for Pepperdine. Unfortunately, that's not the case. So again, number 2 singles, if we can, please, Westhoff. As Den Uden about to serve for the match, 5-4 on Luke Famba. It's court number 1, singles position number 2, just to clarify for all of you trying to follow the stream at home. And again, USC now getting a much, much needed So meanwhile, Jirasek did close out his match over Robert Shelton. Gonna have to look into that. Some weird scoreboard stuff going on right now. It could come down to these top 2 singles positions, which is probably where you want to be if you're TCU, but
Let's go!
again, earlier in this match, there was so much wind up and down the board. By the way, I'm pretty sure Jirasek has not finished his match. I'm pretty sure that scoreboard is incorrect. Pretty sure he's the match you see playing right next to Famba and Den Uden. I'm pretty sure it's Jirasek 6-5 leading there. Super smart play from Guy Den Uden. Hits the approach to a big target to that Eric Famba backhand wing, moves forward. Now Famba did a great job to just get that racket on the ball, but brilliant baseline overhead. Den Uden's 2 points away. That time it's a forehand on the run pass for Famba, and he does a great job just to get that ball at the Den Uden feet. And I mean, we've seen the nerves now up and down the board at both of these matches. Zaraj Best straight in that first set. Hope you guys all could hear those encouraging words from Coach Schachterly. Again, he's just telling his guy, stay confident, stay solid, don't worry about the moment. By the way, it is 2-all overall, not 3-2. There goes the racket, though, from Denuden, and that'll happen if you're a freshman, and that's what Denuden is. He's a freshman trying to serve out a huge upset victory over Luke Famba, and that's a lot easier said than done, as we're learning here throughout the day. And again, it's been a fantastic day of tennis. So many great results up and down the board. Florida, 4-1 win for them over A&M. Georgia, 4-2 win over Mississippi State. Virginia, 5-0 win over Wake. I think it was 5-2 in the end there. But Guy Denuden just grinding. I really hope you guys are hearing the commentary here from Coach Schachterly, who eventually I'm going to have to slide next to me in our play-by-play color broadcasting position. No disrespect, Chris Halioris, because the calmness, the poise with which he communicates to Guy Denuden, it's what you want out of your coach. Deuce point here for Denuden. Wow. Got the baseline overhead. We saw him execute on that one earlier in the match. Unable to do it now. And it's fitting. 5-all now on at least 3 on all, or I should say 5-all or greater on all 3 of our remaining matches. Now, had Pepperdine converted the match points they had at 1 singles and 2 singles, they would have won this match. But Famba, Gray delivering the breaks when TCU needs them the most. And just like that, folks, bonus time to decide our action. If we can, let's go to court number 4. No, 4 singles in the books now, I believe. It is now officially 3-2 TCU as Tadeusz Paralek, Thomas Jirasek, 6-3, 3-6, 7-5 over Shelton Stowe. Pepperdine had match points at 1 and 2 singles. Had they won both of them, again, this match would be over. Instead, it's 3-2 TCU, 5-all on courts 1 and 2. All of the momentum in the pockets of the TCU players on both flights. This is the first time in probably an hour. If you're a TCU fan, it's not, we can, take a huge sigh of relief and call this match over, because it's not. But this is the first time in about an hour where you think to yourself, oh man, we actually might escape with a victory today. Salvage this West Coast road trip. Yep. Can't give Famba a ball like that. You just can't. By the way, I saw we had a question from DJ Ligo, Sports Prodigy. Well, DJ Ligo, where you go, I go. Talked about the Pepperdine roster, 3/4 of them not being American. What do I think about an NCAA rule forcing over half of each team to be American players? We've talked about this topic before on our Crack Racquets podcasts. That's a rule that's not for me. I think to be the best, you got to beat the best. As we see Famba holding at love 6-5. He's starting to play his best. So if we can go to court 1 real quickly, West up. I believe it's a deuce point right now in the Adrian Utzbeck service game. So could be at a point, by the way, where we see couple of chances for TCU, and in fact, I believe, let's see, did Gray get the break? Yes, Alistair Gray did, so we're going to stay here on court number 1 as they're both in changeovers. Alistair Gray going to have the chance to serve out the match. To get back to your point, to be the best, you have to beat the best. And if you have followed college tennis closely over these past 10 years, maybe 15, maybe even going back further than that, a lot of the best players are not coming from the United States. You see guys in particular over the past few years, Kevin Anderson, South African, or you've got Nuno Borges, who comes from Portugal, Mikhail Torpegaard from Denmark, or, I can go Petros Frysokos from Cyprus, Borna Gojo from Croatia. I could go on and on and on. But if you're asking me, and maybe your argument is that, well, those players still exist in your philosophy, that the best of the international players would still get to come over with that rule. I just think that's ridiculous. I think if you're an American college tennis player, you want as much competition as you can get. And of course, I understand the argument, it's American taxpayer dollars, and shouldn't those things be reserved for American students? I would just say no. I would say it is more beneficial to American tennis players, to American students, to college tennis as a whole, to incorporate international aspects of the game, or international players, into our game, to incorporate as much competition as possible into our sport. And if you see in the commentary section, and I didn't want to say I'm going to speak for him, but I could have spoken for him, I know Chris Halliors agrees with me. I know he would say that's ridiculous. Again, to be the best, you got to beat the best. So that is my philosophy on that. I hope that answers your question. And remember, wherever DJ Lai go, I go, we go, you go. So thank you for the question. Meanwhile, love 15 here for Alistair Gray. Plus, we wouldn't get the chance to see either of these fantastic players at the number 1 singles position. I don't want that. Do you want that? Adrian Otzbeck, coming from Germany, as well as via the University of Oklahoma. Alistair Gray from the UK. Oh, if we can, excuse me, can we go to 1? Westhoff, can we go to court number 1? Where right now Alistair Gray serving for the match against Adrian Otzbeck, can put this one in the bag for the Horned Frogs. I know Famba's at 15-30. We're going to stick with the guy on serve here. He's 2 points away now. I'll keep my eye on court number 2. Meanwhile, Ludwig Vestrate, 6-love third set over Roscoe Bellamy, so it's going to come down literally 3-all third set at number 6 singles in Los Angeles. As promised, we'll get back there after this, and as expected, 45 minutes of just Zaraj and Jake Sands. That's what we all need to end our Sunday viewing experience. So now 30-all. Okay. You can hear in the background his teammates telling him to use it. If we can, Westhoff, I'm sorry to do this to you. Let's go to court 2. Court number 2. Right now, that number 2 singles position, Famba's got a couple of match points. So we're back here again. Famba 30-40. To be clear, Guy Denuden served for the match. Pepperdine actually had match points at both number 1 and 2. And if you're joined us over the past 15 minutes, you've heard me say that about 15 times now, but it's worth pointing out how close they came to this upset today. Still can get there, but double match point for the dual match for Luke Famba now. Oh. All right, a little bit of call confusion. I think Coach Shackerly, in the end, kind of acknowledging that ball did look to be closer to the line than not, closer to the line. So in the end, a little weird, a little funky. But Luke Famba, 7-5, third set to clinch. Again, I'm kind of monitoring this here on court 1 to see, or court 2 to see exactly what happened. It turns out, yes, indeed. Okay, so it was not exactly an overrule, more of a conceding. That ball did look to be in. TCU escapes. Let me say that again. Escapes 4-2 victory over Pepperdine. With that in mind, Westhoff, that'll do it. They're not going to play out the match on court number 1. 4-2 TCU takes the win. What a match in Malibu. If you're head coach Shackerly and the Pepperdine Waves, you are kicking yourselves. You had that match in your back pocket. But that leaves one court for us left to focus on. One match here in our Crack Racquets Redzone broadcast. That's the match on court number 6. If you don't like drama, you're not going to like college tennis, so I assume everyone watching right now likes drama, and we have some drama on our hands. UCLA drops the doubles point, then without Govinanda, their normal number 2 singles player, took 5 first sets over their rivals, the USC Trojans. Now, even more shocking, the Bruins got straight set wins at the number 1, 2, and 3 singles position. Keegan Smith, Drew Baird, and Ben Goldberg delivering the goods for the Bruins. But if you're a USC fan, a couple of things have happened. A, I think you found guy number 5 in your lineup in Bradley Fry. He's going to be playing there some way, somehow, adding to that, Kucherman, Smith, Dostanich, Bulis core when they're healthy. Bradley Fry, 2-3 victory over Sam Fight. Ludwig Vestrate, 5-3 he led in the first set, drops 4 straight games to lose the set to Roscoe Bellamy. Still, the Trojan freshman bounced back strong, 6-4 second set, and then 6-love in the third. So we now find ourselves even at 3-all overall in the duel. One match to go. And if you're a UCLA fan, you've been here before. Patrick Zaraj, playing number 6 singles for your UCLA Bruins today, clinched the last victory for the UCLA Bruins over the Trojans. It came on April 5th of 2019. Zaraj, a 7-6, 5-7, 7-6, 9-7 in that third set breaker victory over Riley Smith to clinch the win over the Trojans. He now finds himself down in early break here, 2-love deficit to Jake Sands of USC. Sands, hot and cold for the Trojans all season long. He's been in and out at that 5 and 6 singles position. I believe lost his match to Kawasi Kenyatta that he played in singles at the National Indoors. But Sands has come alive ever since there was a 30-all point. I believe it was 4-all, 30-all in that second set. And I apologize. I know you guys are watching the play on your screen, but it was a 4-all, 30-all point in that second set. Sands thought he had hit a backhand down the line passing shot with success. He thought he had found the line. He thought he had a couple of break points. Zaraj called the ball out. Tough to see from us here. Not only are we not in Los Angeles, we're watching a stream of the match in Los Angeles. So I'm not going to comment on the merits of the call. I'll say this. Assistant coach Chris Quinta, the birthday boy, who you just saw on your screen, was right on that line. And given his reaction, given the rest of the team's reaction, they weren't particularly fond of it. Nevertheless, it seemed to have woken Sands up. He goes down love 30 in his 4-5 service game, ends up holding. 3 straight games later, 7-5. It's now been 5 straight games, or excuse me, 5. It's been 3 + 2. Yeah, 5 straight games for Sands as he takes an early break 2-love lead here in the third. That's where we pick things up, folks. That's how we got to this match. Don't think Siraj has had himself, in fact, I know he hasn't had himself a match point yet. But he certainly finds himself down a big hole here. Break point for Jake Sands to go up a double break over the Bruins. And if I would have told you a half hour ago that it seems like both the Trojans and the Horned Frogs might escape with victories today, you would have laughed me out of the room. So fascinating to see us end up here. Forehand in the net. Siraj gets on the board for 1-2. Now, a couple of things are going on in our comment section right now that I want to comment on. Number one, we got a question a while back from Jay McGarry. If that's the Jay from Tennis Twitter, that's amazing that your last name is McGarry and we just are finding out more pieces about you. If you're a different McGarry, hello, my friend. Welcome to our broadcast. You asked, what's the injury that Stefan Dostanic has? Now, I have been told by head coach Brett Macy, I'm not allowed to share the exact injury, whatever. I try to, keep some integrity with my sources. I will say this, he'll be back this season. It's more of a lingering issue. It's more of a, we don't want to risk it sort of situation than it is a debilitating, are we losing Dostanic for the season? The answer to that question, I would say very much more likely than not, is no. Number two, I see we have the college, should it be American players versus international players debate going on in our comment section. Love to see that. The only thing I would ask everyone, of course, maintain the respectful attitudes we're seeing thus far. This is a hot topic, and like all hot topics, people can get a little hot under the collar, feel passionate one way or the other. I'm looking at you, Chris Halliors. No profanity in our comment section. Just because you're not on the broadcast today doesn't mean you get to swear freely. But of course, I do tend to lean, and that's not going to surprise anyone, with Chris's argument, with John Parsons' argument. You start not having international players in college tennis. Why would the best young Americans go to college? There's no incentive for them to do that. They're the best young Americans because they've beaten all of their peers at Kalamazoo and the Easter Bowl and all of these other places growing up. And now they want the chance to play the best of the best. And maybe it's a physical reason, maybe it's a money reason. They're not ready to go professional. College tennis offers a pathway to do that. It offers you 4 years as well to figure out maybe tennis isn't for you. Maybe after your 4 years, you think to yourself, hey, I'm really good at medicine. I'm really good at sciences, at math. I want to be a doctor. Or, it's these liberal arts. I think I could be a commentator someday. I think I could go to law school or some sort of trade school. And you want college tennis to be the best it can be. The incorporation of international players, in my opinion, makes it the best it can be. So again, just wanted to say that as I see the discussion is ongoing. Here, Jake Sands, 15 love, now 30 love. He looks to deliver a 4-3 victory for the Trojans. And you can hear the noise level now. And actually, Westhoff, if you can, quickly go to court number 5. Just quickly go to court number 5 after this point, so we can show you what we're working with here with both of these teams. Again, see them lining up on the sideline. There's always a little excitement in that. That's an awesome Backhand lob from Patrick Siraj. And I believe that's assistant coach Ricky Stavillers there. Associate head coach, excuse me. Pat on the back for Siraj, just reminding him again, he's been here before. But the momentum clearly on the side of the Trojans right now. Again, for them to even be alive right now feels like highway robbery. And a reminder, if you're just joining us, TCU surviving 4-2 victory over Pepperdine. Match number 1 of our coverage. Yeah, that's a quick overrule. That's where the goading's coming from. That's awesome. All right. An overrule and a +1 forehand later. 40-15 becomes deuce. And Siraj electing to go right back to that ad side. 16-10 in his career in singles matches, 10-8 in duels is Patrick Siraj. And you see the entire USC team jumping up to confirm that call for Jake Sands. They called it out just as much as he did. Might have had a riot on our hands had there been an overrule there. Jake Sands will take it though. 3-1 lead now for the Trojan. I love that from Siraj. Yeah, that's nice. Meanwhile, and this may be irrelevant to some of you on this stream, Juan Manuel Cerundolo, the 19-year-old Argentinian, earning his title, maiden title, in Cordoba. Meanwhile, 30 love has become 30 all. Things could get away from Siraj quickly here. Not a great error from Jake Sands. Now 40-30. Here the UCLA bench imploring Siraj on. And I have to say, it just feels like Siraj is playing such a reactionary game today. A little bit passive. Normally when he's playing his best, he's on top of that baseline, looking to hit big, move in. Deuce point now, though, for Sands. Take a double break 4-1 lead. Love that it's tied 70-70 in total points right now between these two. Shout out for the update play site. The bailout shot from Siraj. Jake Sands, too tough, too fit. Tracks the drop shot down. Double break 4-1 lead. Okay, now if you're the Trojans again, probably first time since after that doubles point, that you breathe a sigh of relief and you say to yourself, oh my gosh, we might just come away with this match today. Jake Sands picking up his level. 4-1 lead. Just want to one last time give all of you guys an update on some of the other matches we've seen happening across the college tennis world today. It was a funky Sunday. Almost called it a funky Friday. It was a serendipitous Sunday. It was a sporadic Sunday. It was a delightful Sunday of action across the tennis world. Let's start with our play in the SEC. A couple of notable results. Florida going to College Station, knocking off Texas A&M 4-1. They take the doubles point, get victories from Riffis at 3, Bicknell at 4, and then Ben Shelton clinching in the third set at number 5 singles. Huge win for the Gators. Georgia, a big 4-2 win without their number 1 singles player, Trent Bride, over Chris Halioris' Mississippi State. You also had another win, 7-0 for Tennessee over Ole Miss. In the ACC, the surest thing in college tennis, North Carolina taking the doubles point, 3 of the top 4, 4-1 victory for them over Georgia Tech. Virginia, 5-2 win over Wake Forest. Your other 2 big results quickly. My Michigan Wolverines, victory in 7-0 victory, I believe, over Purdue. But more importantly, 4-3 come from behind victory over the Ohio State women in Columbus. Was a fantastic match, clinched by Michigan freshman Kari Miller. She was up 5-2 in the third set, and blowing that lead, coming back from 6-5 down to take a 7-6 breaker in the third. Here, Jake Sands looking to secure USC's come back down 5 first sets in singles. He now leads 4-1 in the third over UCLA's Patrick Zaraj. I should have mentioned as well, TCU in our earlier match downright escaped against Pepperdine. Pepperdine had match points at 1 and 2 singles ultimately for TCU. They get wins at 2, 3, 4, as well as the doubles point to take a 4-2 victory. Continues to struggle, though, at 5 and 6 singles if you're a TCU fan. No way. No way. You hear the Sports Center sound effects from the Trojans on the bench. Was that an on-the-run forehand slice slap pass? Somewhere at Crack Racquets, Jamie McDonald is smiling. A little bit long there. Again, if you're Patrick Zaraj, he is just keep things close, survive. Sure. You guys didn't think this match would end straightforward, did you? Okay. Back-to-back double faults. Give one of the 2 breaks back to Jake Sands. Zaraj still down a break, but will serve now 2-4. Have to say, for Jake Sands, you look at some of his results on this season. It's been tough for him thus far. Jake Sands lost 3 set matches to both Even McDonald of Texas and Juan Martin of TCU during the National Indoor Championships. Obviously, those are 2 learning experiences you lean on heavily here. Try and not do whatever went wrong that time. Nice little 1-2 step from Zaraj. Nerves on both sides now. Love 30 here.
right now. Come on.
Yeah. I mean, Patrick Siraj served him a wounded duck. That was a hanging curveball right into the Jake Sands forehand, and you can see Siraj almost rushing to the service line. Not the best look for him. I think he's sort of losing his legs here. Again, it's only the 5th match of the season for these Bruins. You can try and replicate whatever you want in practice, but life gets a lot harder when you're feeling the pressures of these dual matches. And I have to say, this is a far more confident Jake Sands than I saw maybe at any point during the National Indoors. 5-2 now, he leads. I cannot believe I'm saying this, but it looks like the Trojans might escape with a victory against UCLA. And by the way, huge shout out needs to go to my guys, Danny and Max at UCLA. We weren't sure if we were going to be able to have this match on our broadcast, but both of them, without question, were like, what do we have to do, Alex? You tell us what we have to do to be a part of this Crack Rackets broadcast. And, you know, they're far better at responding to messages than I am, so they were the ones who helped me get my stuff together. Shout out to Max and Danny and the entire UCLA athletic team for ensuring, as I adjust myself on camera, for ensuring that we would be able to share this match with all of you college tennis fans. Still not exactly sure which matches we'll be broadcasting next week, but we will. The goal be back either Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. We're going to try and do these Redzone broadcasts at least once a weekend throughout the rest of this college tennis season. That's our promise here at Crack Rackets to all of you college tennis fans. I promise I'll be better shaven. I'm going to get a haircut before our next broadcast. I'm just particularly lazy of late. So much good college tennis. By the way, we're getting comments from Pepperdine head coach Adam Schachterly. Want to again commend the way he and his Pepperdine Waves competed this weekend. Coach Schachterly, we need to thank him, that entire Pepperdine team again, for their help in allowing us to broadcast that match. What a delight it was. As he says, his team was probably 3 good minutes away from winning that match. So thank you, though, to the entire Pepperdine squad. Meanwhile, Patrick Siraj is going to fight. Tell you what, he will not hand this match to Jake Sands if he's smart. He's going to make balls focus more on depth, placement than power. Don't let Jake Sands just tee off on those +1 forehands like he loves to do. 15-all now. Sands got the +1 forehand, just missed it a little bit long. Still good depth on that Siraj return. We saw Sands broken in his last service game as well. But that'll play. That will play, folks. So now 30-all, 2 points away. You can hear Riley Smith yelling "We are" in the background. Meanwhile, you hear the "Let's Go Patrick" from the Bruins on the sideline. Hands on knees for both teams. It's an excellent shot from Patrick Zaraj, and I think you can feel the tentativeness all of these guys are feeling right now. Sure. Let's play another game. What are we going to watch 60 minutes tonight? No. Much prefer to be watching here. Patrick Zaraj gets the break back. It's his second consecutive break of Jake Sands, but he's been broken pretty frequently as well, and now he'll need to, again, serve to survive here. We saw Sands really step up on those second serve returns, hit 3 lasers in the last service game of Patrick Zaraj. We'll get another clean look at a second serve here. A couple extra bounces from Zaraj. Yeah, he's feeling the nerves, folks. Who wants it more? That's what this match is going to come down to right now. You can tell if you look closely at Zaraj, the legs are hurting. Took a lot of effort for him to get into that corner. Again, the whole coaching staff, the whole team at his disposal now. 15 loves Zaraj. Patrick Zaraj is right. It's too good from Jake Sands. That's why Coach Macy will continue to play the Trojan, I want to say sophomore. That is correct, Jake Sands, junior now, out of Los Angeles, California. Little long from Zaraj. All right. It's been easier for Jake Sands on the return of serve than it has been when he's serving. And now it will be triple match point for the Trojans. There it is. USC, 4-3 win. They escape after dropping 5 first sets and offer perhaps the best birthday gift Associate Head Coach Chris Quinta could have asked for, a victory over the UCLA Bruins 4-3. What a match And what a day of tennis overall. Of course, our first match, 4-2, going to the TCU Horned Frogs here. 4-3 match. You see the handshakes, the respect between these two schools. This will not be the last time they see one another here in the 2021 season. But ultimately, too much fight from the Trojans, probably a little beneficial to them that they have played as many matches as they have, considering it's only match number 5 on the year for UCLA, considering they've only lost twice, both of those losses coming to USC. You have to feel pretty good about yourself if you're head coach Billy Martin and the UCLA Bruins as they continue to find their form. They are still very much a threat to many teams across the nation because, of course, as we saw in today's broadcasted matches, as we saw at the national indoors, as we seem to see day in, day out here of this college tennis season, parity is the name of the game. We're going to see a lot of close matches. It's going to come down to who can convert those deuce points, who can serve out those 5-3, 5-4 leads. Today, it was USC and TCU, just enough clutch in their back pockets to earn victories over UCLA and Pepperdine, respectively. But that will do it for our Cracked Racquets Red Zone coverage of today's matches. A huge thank you to all of you who took the time to join us today on the stream. Again, another huge shout out has to go to the athletic departments at Pepperdine and UCLA. As we've tried to do these things here at Cracked Racquets, we've learned there are a lot of hoops we have to jump through. And fortunately, we have allies in athletic departments across the country truly working to ensure the best product is available for all of you college tennis fans out there. So again, to Pepperdine and UCLA, thank you. As always, I have to offer the biggest thank you in the world to the best in the business, our super producer, Daniel Westoff, who I'm not going to swear, but you know the sort of job he has to do, deals with my voice day in, day out, walks out of his bedroom, sees my face across the hall from him, yet puts up with it every day. So shout out with him for the job he does as always. A reminder, we will be recapping all of this weekend's exciting college tennis action on our Great Shot podcast. We'll get the college tennis holy trinity together. Chris Helior, Spats Stakowiak going to join me to break down all of the action, offer our updated top 10 rankings of this 2021 season. But that'll do it for our coverage today. Again, for all of you who took the time to join us on the stream, which, by the way, thank you again. You're the reason we do this. You're the people who make everything we do at Cracked Racquets possible. For all of you out there, for our wonderful super producer, Daniel Westoff, and all of us here at Cracked Racquets, I'm your host, Alex Gruskin. You have been watching our CR Red Zone coverage of the 2021 ITA season. We'll hope you all have a wonderful week, and we'll see you all next weekend. Thanks, everyone.
Westoff, let's go to court 6 at Ohio State.
I don't believe it,
My
Chris.
goodness.
University of Virginia. Shocking quarterfinals. Unbelievable hands from Matt Solokian. Why are you playing one up, one back when you can do that, Matty?
Tune in to Crack Rackets in the Red Zone. You might get some sneak preview.